Hello, everyone, and welcome
Nice.
to the Smoking Dragons, where we aren't your average dungeon crawlers. I'm a pirate, but it's different than Green Eye because I have a different color bandana, and my beard is braided, and my hair is braided, and I've got stuff and things. And today is the very first session of Legend of Arcadia, episode Althea. Ooh.
Woo.
Yo ho, it's Althea for me.
Yay.
I don't know. I'm trying a new thing. You know, I had a thing for Mythos where it was just like dubstep, and so now I'm just I'm trying a new thing. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it catches on. Anyways, we are all here and we are ready to begin. We have the wonderful Biggest to my left. I'm gonna hold it. Are you having trouble with it?
Oh, you're waiting for me.
Yes.
Sorry, I was getting my grog energy.
Hey!
Hey!
We have an eye. We have an eye.
Just one.
Biggest is a real person.
Yeah. And
We
he's in
never
the
would have
Bahamas.
guessed.
Here for
And he's
things.
in the Bahamas.
This is what you guys get.
Lives
to
in a
work with.
pineapple under the sea.
This is what we've been
Oh.
missing seeing.
Okay. Now that I did the gag with the letters, I'm going to mirror the video again.
And we also have the wonderful Ninjacles to my right.
Hello.
We've got Scooter down to my bottom right.
Hey, hey.
We've got the wonderful Mythos to my bottom left.
Hello.
And we have Sarge directly below me.
Hi.
And we are going to do a grand reveal right about now. It's going to be everybody's characters. Get ready. Really exciting. Super
They're not
exciting.
very fancy. They're just something I whipped up.
They're
It's not
extremely
that great.
Shut up, they're
fancy.
Yeah,
gorgeous.
so
They're
Mythos, if,
definitely
I'll wait
gorgeous.
till it gets mine.
So we're going to reveal everybody at the same time. So here we are. Kabam! There's everybody.
So remember when you asked me what my character would wear, and I was like, oh, I don't know. I haven't given it any thought. I was literally in the process of making the hat.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
got the insignia on it and everything.
I love
I
Oh, also
tried. I
letters.
really did.
Hold on.
it. You did fantastic. We have Iris in the top left, which is played by the wonderful Mythos. We have Bainthaurel, played by Sarge. And then we have Chordicus, who is in grayscale. Maybe we'll eventually see what he looks like in color.
That
Played
sounds
by
like
the
a lot of
wonderful
coloring.
Scooter.
I'm not sure if I want to do that.
And we have Áedgen Sigib, otherwise known as Sigib, played by the wonderful Biggest. And then we have Aregion, played by Ninjacles. This is the crew. This is what you have. This is who is going to be the next crazy crew that we are going to be having this journey with. I'm really excited. Everybody has it's a very colorful cast. Well, besides Chordicus, he's grayscale.
I find that offensive.
Mostly colorful cast of characters. And yeah, it's gonna be a great time. So I think we shall go ahead and delve into, if you all are ready, Legend of Arcadia, episode Althea. But first, I must get the ASMR poured into my...
Oh, you matey.
Here, I'll join you.
Yeah, I hear
Cheers for
nothing.
cheers for the journey.
Oh, there we go.
Can't see the drink anymore.
Put it right up next to them. Ah, yes. That's the good shit.
grog energy is the good shit.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers. Now,
Kampai.
far across the Austrian Sea, there was a continent that was complete, known as Althea, several thousand years ago. until a great battle waged between Keyshawn and some unknown dark force. Keyshawn brought his hammer down upon this dark force and completely obliterated it, also shattering the continent of Althea into hundreds of pieces, until those pieces had then converged into 2 bigger islands and lots of other islands dotted throughout the seas. Several thousand years later, a very terrible tragedy occurred within the main continent of Arcadia, Terra, an event known as the Cleansing. Now, many races had lost their lives and were even brought to the point of extinction. However, there were some races that were lucky to escape this terrible event and settled the new super archipelago of Althea with just a conglomeration of many other races coming together and living in this vastly unexplored area of Arcadia. There were indigenous people as well, and they cooperated with them and therefore built actual civilization. Somewhere during that time, another organization came in and established trade and other sorts of functions that an actual civilization would have. And they kind of run things in the shadows. Not much is known about this organization, other than it's run by seemingly one person who is everywhere all the time and knows everything.
Deja vu.
And from there, at some point in time, piracy began to become a thing. And no one knows really who the first pirate was, but now there are many pirate captains, esteemed and hated as well. But most are respected, none more respected than those of Captain Greeneye and Captain Lionheart, who, along with other pirates, wrote the Pirate's Code of Althea, which all of you keep to the best of your abilities. Because if you don't, it's a problem. The day began much like any other day. A merchant vessel transporting some goods. You sail up beside them and you raise the black flag, letting them know, hey, we're pirates. We're going to take your stuff. Now, the merchant vessel had one of 2 options, either to surrender or to put up a fight. They decided it was best to surrender.
Smart move.
So we begin this tale with you on the deck of this merchant ship, and you are absconding with their supplies, while Captain Lionheart stands at the helm of this merchant ship, just overlooking all of your actions aboard the ship, making sure nobody is killing anybody unnecessarily, because, as according to the code, those who surrender are not to be killed because they wanted to live another day. So you grant them that because you're nice-ish. So, with the smell of the sea air, you are liberating these merchants of their rum, their gunpowder, their produce sundries, and all sorts of other things. Stuff that you can definitely sell back to any of the ports within Althea and, make a killing in some gold.
Can I ask something about the stuff we're taking?
Sure, absolutely. What would you like to know?
Is it in barrels?
Some of it is in barrels, namely the rum is in barrels as well as the gunpowder,
Mm-hmm.
which are properly marked.
I got a question too. What's the situation with the crew? Like, where are we keeping them? Are they doing all right?
They're tied to each of the masts, and to make sure they don't step up and try anything foolish. You're standing with Captain Lionheart right now, with the captain of this merchant vessel, just kind of overseeing everything. The captain is not tied up. However, he is complying. But generally, Aregion, your job during this thing is to just kind of oversee with the captain.
Gotcha.
Iris would be sitting on top of one of the railings of the ships. Doesn't matter which one. Just singing a shanty, strumming on a lute.
Lionheart looks to you, Aregion. Always bit of a light-hearted one, that one, yes?
Indeed. Even in the darkest of times.
And he looks out to the rest of the crew. Just silently looks. Aregion, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Okay. That is...
So with a D20, and then add your insight modifier.
Where is your one? There it is. Okay. Insight modifier.
While that's going on, have we started transporting that gunpowder yet?
Yeah.
You're putting it by the by one of the planks in order to transport it across to the Courage.
Is it
I guess
Huh?
Chief Gunner, would I be the one overseeing that?
Yes, you would be.
Am I still on the Courage, or have I crossed over with the rest of the crew?
I would say you crossed over with the rest of the crew.
Could they have been hiding something in the gunpowder at all?
If you want to attempt to look, you can crack open one of the barrels.
No, Martha, I think I'm gonna.
I rolled a 9 with the plus for the insight.
Okay.
I believe that's correct.
All right. All right. Good to know. Looking at Captain Lionheart, you feel like maybe he's gonna say something, but even in all your years of knowing him, you can't really predict what he's going to do. The only thing you can really know that's consistent with the captain is he always keeps to the code. I mean, he's one of the people who wrote it, so keeps to it. But he's a man of few words, the captain. Doesn't generally speak unless it's really important. Not one for idle conversation. In fact, remarking about Iris was probably some interesting moments of just like, oh, he doesn't usually make small talk.
Yeah, rare occurrence.
Yeah, one of those rare occurrences.
I do have a second shanty that I've writ
Ooh,
that I
yes.
wouldn't mind singing if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So Iris is she's sitting on the railing. She gets up and she starts to pace back and forth on the railing of the ship. And she says, she starts to sing. She goes, I hate the sand, I hate the heat, I hate my blistered and burning feet. But most of all, my long withdrawal is by my captain's command. Across the sea, my lover weeps with empty sheets. How long I want to be free. I hate the heat, I hate the sand. She'll turn towards the captain at this second part. I hate that I wasted my ship's command. I loathe that damned sailor man. She leans in and does a little strum. Who did write that pirate's creed? Just an ode I wrote to the last man we kicked off ship. That's all. Do you like it, Captain?
It is lively. He
Great.
pulls out his pipe.
I'll take that as a compliment. She'll plop back down and start strumming again, just something random.
Bane, what are you doing?
Probably helping move everything and keeping an eye on the tied up crew. Don't want anyone getting any stupid ideas.
Good idea. Go ahead and roll me an insight check while looking at the crew of this merchant vessel.
I see nothing. 5.
They all seem to be complying, though one looks grumpy. I don't.
Would I notice anything amiss? Being chief gunner, I would know one of the most vulnerable times would be moving the powder into our powder magazine. Whenever there's exposed gunpowder, I would be nervous.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check to start, and then give me an insight.
Can I assist him before he rolls?
Yes.
What do I do?
So Sigib's gonna roll with advantage. So the first one was a 14, and the second one is
15.
okay. That's even better. As you two are looking around, you notice Bane just kind of like looking out at the crew, and eye catches one of these crew members, and he seems to be like, jostling a little bit.
So I will look at the chief gunner and repeat, who did write that pirate's creed?
So you both just are zeroing in on this guy, and Sigib, go ahead and give me a insight check.
Am I still being assisted?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
What's a 17 anyway? So
17. Okay. You've been on a lot of these. This guy's going to try something.
this guy's going to try to be a hero.
Yeah, he's going to try to be a hero.
Is there anyone nearby? Crew member, one of the other officers that
I'm
I
assuming I'm not noticing any of this, watching over it all. I'm assuming I'm not seeing any of this.
They're a little closer, so they're more they're a little closer to the action. They can notice it better. Other than Iris and Bane and Chordicus, those would be your closest crew members.
Okay.
Sigib.
Let's metagame this and think who has the best investigation skill.
They're in deception.
Bane is, however, the closest to that guy, so you could alert Bane. As
I wouldn't want Bane's focus to be distracted because they're overseeing the rest of the prisoners. I would want a second person to do it for the sake of safety. So if Chordicus is by the barrels, I'll lean over and ask him to go check that gentleman and see if he's hiding or concealing anything. He looks like he's thinking of doing something disruptive.
All right. I shall go and check it out.
All right, so you head over to where this crew member is, and as he's looking at you, walking towards him, he knows why you look the way you do, and you can see a tinge of fear wash across his face as you step closer.
You want to think twice about what you're about to do?
I'm not doing anything.
Am I close enough to hear this conversation?
Um,
And or is the background noise quiet enough?
what is your passive perception?
I'm a 10.
Okay. But now that I think about it, passive wouldn't really work because you're actively involved in it. Go ahead and roll me perception.
And am I, and are either I or the captain, are we noticing that there's like some kind of disturbance all of a sudden? Like, are we seeing that something's happening between these two?
Go ahead and roll a perception for me.
Huh? 10.
Yeah, you and the captain are starting to notice that something's going on. You see Chordicus walking towards a crew member of the opposite crew. Wonder why he's doing that. The captain grips one of his pistols.
Wait, Captain, maybe Chordicus can handle this. Maybe he's got this. Let's see it through.
Is
Yeah.
Bane close
where are
enough to
they
hear
in relation?
Chordicus and this
I-
crew
yes.
member talk? Okay.
Yes.
In that case, she'd kind of circle around and maybe keep her hand like close to her gun. Just try and keep an eye on the others so that no one else jumps out and tries to surprise him.
Where are they in relation to the powder? Like, is the powder like between the captain and Aregion and the gentleman who's going to, we think, try to be a hero, or?
So they're at the mainsail, whereas the captain and Aregion are by the helm, which is up by the rear sail, and everybody else is kind of in between the mizzenmast and the rear sail.
Captain have a clear shot.
The captain would have a clear shot.
Okay.
He most always puts himself in a position to give himself a clear shot of anything. So with Bane circling around Chordicus, you know you have backup.
Can I intimidate the crew member into getting him to change his mind about what he's about to do?
Yes, you have intimidation with advantage due to the fact that you are affected with a black mark.
So
Most people fear the black mark. It's not really something that, you get lightly.
So if I just place the hand with the black mark on the hilt of my sword, is that enough?
Go ahead and roll me intimidation with advantage. So D20 plus your intimidation modifier. And you roll twice and take the higher number.
Okay. 13.
So 13 was your higher number?
Yep, 13 both times.
Okay. That's enough for me. So he gets...
Alrighty.
Yeah.
You want to live to see tomorrow? Just let us do our work.
He relaxes and kind of like shrinks a little. Right then. I'm not doing anything. And he kind of just like hangs his head. Captain Lionheart just pushes the hammer back. Puts his hand off his gun.
God.
I'm still going to position myself between that guy and the powder.
Fair enough. So the rest of the crew starts hoisting the powder across over to the Courage. and then the produce is next, and then the sundries. So far, everybody is complying. Bane and Chordicus, you don't see any anybody else, acting up or trying to be a hero. Relatively, it is now from there a smooth operation. And at that point, the captain turns to the captain of the merchant vessel. Well, it's a pleasure doing business. All right, lads, we shove off.
Yo-ho. Aye, Captain.
Just to make sure that if there's anyone like under decks or whatever, I'll pull out my flute real quick and just let out a high-pitched note that could probably go between the decks, just so if there's anyone down there, they come back up and get back on deck.
Before I go onto the other ship, I just want to make a funny face at the guy who was moving about before I get on my ship. Yeah.
As you do that, he's just like,
Yeah.
just has
And
like, what the fuck?
And as I'm passing by him, I go, very wise.
I should have asked this earlier. Well, no, we never actually got into combat with that ship. Never mind. So I wouldn't know if any of them were also casters. Anyone on the ship was.
True.
Don't disregard.
Good question, though.
So after everybody goes back onto the Courage, the captain then walks across, plants his feet on the upper deck, and heads up towards the helm. Bring back the planks.
Aye, aye.
And you guys pull back the planks and give me foresail, mainsail.
Aye. All full sail, all make sail. Wait, no, that's not right. Yeah. Oh, yes. All make full sail.
And the captain spins the helm, and you guys begin departing from that ship.
Bye-bye.
Where's the wind coming from?
So we pulled along the port side from what you were showing there? We were along the port?
We were along their port side, yes.
Okay.
The wind is coming from the south. So it is blowing at a northwesterly.
So are we beating into the wind?
I was gonna say, which direction are we going?
So you guys are heading northwest. So the wind is with you.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the rear deck just to keep an eye on the ship behind us, since they are still upwind.
As you see that they're all starting to scramble, and you see one of them going to one of their front guns, and they're loading it.
Fuck.
How far away are they?
They are no more than 50 feet away. And roll me a perception check real quick.
Me?
Yes.
17.
There is a gunpowder barrel at their bow. That seemingly was thrown in the water.
So it's in front of their bow.
Yes.
We're only 50 feet away.
Yes.
Captain, looks like
Let's see.
they're coming up behind us. Who was our best?
I'm going to. I mean, we're not in combat, at least not yet. But would it
No.
be? I guess I could still meta
This would
magic if I
be-
wanted to.
This would be a surprise round, yes.
Anyway, Where am I and the captain during all this? Where?
You guys are at the helm.
Okay. So are we not aware of this at all?
Well,
or?
Sigib just saw that this is happening. If Sigib wants to alert the entire crew
Okay,
to it,
gotcha.
or if he wants
I'm
to
going
take care
to.
of himself.
Roger. Sorry.
I'm deciding how exactly I want to set this guy on fire. They're in the middle of loading the gun, right?
Yes.
I'm going to... I guess I'm just going to firebolt. And
Firebolt the guy?
I'm specifically... I mean, is he currently still holding the powder in his hand?
Yes.
Like whatever charge they're about to load in the gun.
Yes.
I'm going to aim for that.
Okay.
And as I rated the spell, I'm going to call out to the captain. They're loading the 4 guns. So
He looks
he
back.
should be aware, and then he should be able to command the ship accordingly.
And he gets ready to turn the ship back into combat range. But go ahead and release your firebolt. Go ahead and give me a roll.
It's 18 to hit.
That'll hit. You
Close
Ignite-
range and spell sniper, I'd hope so.
ignite the powder, and it blows up in his hand, and you see a spray of red, just, and he's just like, and like he's just waving around a stub.
I whip around and just see red mist.
And you see a guy just, and he just rolls onto the deck, and the captain just goes,
Are we
"Shame."
close enough for them to still hear us if I were to yell?
Yes.
So I'm just going to, yell across the stern of the boat. Anyone else?
You see people just grabbing the guy and just like carting him off to below deck, and nobody else.
Move for the gun.
Nobody else makes another move for the gun. And you see, as you look behind you, the captain has his pistol out, and he's aiming directly at the gunpowder barrel that is by the bow.
I was about to warn him we may be close, but if he wants to go for it,
Uh,
who
he
am I
just-
I can guess the captain.
He clicks the hammer back, puts his pistol away. They live today.
Leaking gray again.
Really testing us today, eh?
We make port for Duntra.
Curiosity, just for my reference, because we've probably done a couple explosions in our day. How big would these powder explosions be?
They'd be about like a 30-foot explosion.
Okay, so
30-foot radius, so 60 feet in total.
bit bigger than fireball. Okay.
Yeah, these powder kegs they pack a wallop. And generally, if if where it's placed, you now remember that the captain usually throws one powder keg overboard just in case a surrendered ship gets an idea, and if they fire once, then he just goes, all right, and he shoots the barrel, or he has you do it.
Was it only one guy loading the gun?
Yeah, it was just one guy.
Okay. Everybody else played nice. They can live.
That's why the captain made his decision. He was thinking about it though. He was just like, yeah.
Do we know if that was the same guy who was acting twitchy?
A bit far to tell, but perhaps could have been the same guy.
Okay.
What's
Just out of
going on
curiosity.
now?
My bad for taunting.
It's like, I'll show you, damn it.
Make a funny face at me.
Make a funny face at me. Watch me lose my arm.
So
I'm just going to tell the captain, they've got the weather gauge on us, but I don't think they're going to try anything else. I'll keep an eye on them, though. So I'm going to stay at the stern of the ship until we're clear the range of their guns. I'd say,
Yeah, I trust him with
couple
that.
hundred yards.
I'm pretty convinced they got the message.
prep another barrel just in case. they want to get ideas, they can have their ideas in hell. And you guys continue sailing on as the title screen begins to go.
Oh shit! Wait.
We can fix it in post and just bring the thumbnail down.
Yeah. Just like on pulleys.
No, with just a pirate cat in the middle of it for no reason at all.
Mao.
But it is a lion. Well, no, that's
That's
the lion.
true.
It's not
That's
the
true.
thumbnail.
Oh, do the MGM logo, but it's a cat.
The MGM logo, but it's a pirate lion.
No, but it's me.
Yar! Yar!
R.
So, the seas are very kind today. A nice, calm day, and it's going to take a bit to get back to Duntra. You're about 2 days out from Duntra. You're sailing from pretty much close to Dragonmark. Just coming from like the far side of Dragonmark. So it's going to take you a couple days to get to Duntra from there. You intercepted this merchant vessel coming out of Port Corial. Generally, that's where Lionheart likes to do his hunting. Mainly because also stick it to the man, because fuck those people in Port Corial.
So we were somewhere around Dragonmark.
Yeah, on the far side of Dragonmark.
Okay.
So you're coming back around towards the southern side of Dragonmark in order to head over to Duntra. So
for
what
reference,
yes,
are the prevailing winds in Althea usually coming from the south, or is it variable? Do they usually tend to come from one direction?
They generally they can come from all over, but generally they come from the north most often.
Okay.
Because from Keyshawn Beacon, just north of there, that's you sail for like a week, and then you're in Armesia. Assuming the winds are with you, coming from the south side of Dragonmark up northwesterly. So you were kind of like between Dragonmark and Rangoon Key, so coming up in the northwest spot. So yeah, you are on the sea for 2 days. During that time, what are you guys doing while you're at sea? What are some things that the crew does to pass the time?
On this last voyage before we made port, did we get into any fights, or was every engagement we had pretty clean?
You got into a couple scraps with some smaller vessels, thinking that they could take out the Courage.
Okay.
You know,
We're gonna make sure that we've restocked and repacked our, just our grape shot, our cannonballs, everything for the guns is ready in case we need them again. And enlist the crew to pack shot and things like that. Probably wouldn't take very long, but I want to be prepared.
Yeah, all your both your decks of guns are packed and ready. And they all have their cannonballs next to the and the grape shot next to them, so that when you need to, just pop it in and fire. But the powder is already in. So with your special shot, that is indicative of Lionheart's way that he packs his flintlocks. So
I will remind the crew once again, just because I have Leicester Restoration does not mean you can go and get syphilis again. I'm not going to kill you this time. Please stop it.
Couple of the crew members
Just look over at
like,
Chordicus.
couple of the crew members are just like,
If you think that you are a betting man, I assure you, you're going to lose against me. No.
That's good, because I'm a betting cat.
People are people, even if they're the furry ones.
I wouldn't consider furries people.
Uh,
I don't want to offend the furry part of the audience.
I suppose I'm just checking on everyone, making sure everyone got settled in okay, make sure everything got stowed away okay, making sure the captain is doing okay as well, since his mannerisms, checking in on him.
They called me.
I thought it was Fluffy that they didn't call you. I thought Furry was fine.
Furry was the second. What's the furry? Cat, furry, fluffy, in that order.
You just can't call him anything with an F.
Fuck.
That's why he's not our friend.
Oh.
Well, that's been made clear now what their situation is.
Buddy, pal, yes. Friend, no.
Look, this is non-diegetic banter.
This was not going to be canon on the Courage.
I'm only in this for Captain Lionheart.
Respect.
So I'm practicing my sleight of hand.
I'll play a card game or two. I'll rope Chordicus into it.
So my sleight of hand, I will easily win.
Does anybody got any like 5-finger fillet or anything like that going on by chance? Anything like that on the ship?
There's a couple of crew members who are just like,
I dabble a little bit. Why not? Help the morale.
One of the crew members is just like, try your hand first, mate.
Absolutely.
Literally.
All right,
Yep.
roll dexterity.
at least a finger. Roll dexterity. Okay.
Yeah, make it sleight of hand.
Okay.
Well, I can't assist.
And that's a
D20 plus your sleight of hand
okay.
modifier.
Gotcha. May have just dropped a D20. There it is.
Can I assist?
That is a 12.
I would say this is not an assistable thing.
Fair enough.
And
I only
plus you're playing cards.
Okay.
So you start off a bit slow, and one of the crew members is like, you can get faster than that. Roll again.
Bane gets really interested in this and is like,
it's another 12.
You only go a little faster.
I like to lead them on, I like to really just
come on!
Again?
Come on, faster!
Go again?
Yep.
you can do it, stab your hand. I mean, don't stab your hand.
No.
You can do it, stab your hand.
It's a 6. It's a 6.
You stab your hand as Bane says, stab your hand.
Bane giggles and then quickly goes, oh, I'm so sorry, are you okay?
One of these days, I'll get this game.
The crew just starts laughing. Oh, you stabbed your hand. Oh,
hey, at least helped out with morale in some way, right?
Hold on, if he was using a dagger.
They seem to be having a good time.
Pretty jovial about it.
You take 2 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
His dex modifier is 4, though.
I see what you're saying. 6. Plus your dex modifier.
Actually, he's dead. He's dead from a stab in the hand. Okay, so real quick, sorry, do I go ahead and just go in and change that real quick?
Yeah, HP, and then you just subtract
minus
6.
2?
Yep.
Oh, 6? Oh, it is literally 6, okay.
Plus your dex modifier. I completely forgot about that.
Oh, good.
I was just going to do the dagger damage, and then Biggest reminded me. I was like, oh yeah, dex modifiers.
Oh yeah, he's fucked.
I use daggers, so I have to know these things.
Okay, so that's...
Biggest is the, actually.
Where how exactly...
When it's funny.
How exactly am I changing that? I'm sorry.
So
I've got it brought up.
So you would type in damage that says 6, You
Okay.
would type in 6, and then you would click damage.
Gotcha.
Don't worry, it's probably going to be healed by the next day because you're all going to take a long rest at the end of this. This is just the first day.
Well, it was worth getting a laugh out of everybody, if anything.
Are you sure we can't amputate right now?
Turns out it was a poison dagger. Just kidding. They probably make it really hard to hold bow and arrow. If you lose it,
Yeah. Oh my god.
you have to switch to hand crossbows.
I could
I'm
throw it
gonna-
like a javelin.
Put my hand on his back and say, maybe you should keep to the cards and dice, mate. Maybe.
I think I will.
Yeah.
Lose slightly less hands, maybe.
Pays
I feel
have
like
claws.
having known each other for a dozen years, I can just give you a smart ass comment, be like, you
Oh,
can
for
always
sure.
borrow my crossbow.
And that's why we love you.
The captain is just kind of, he's just sitting at the helm, just overlooking all this. And then you hear him snap, and then one of the other crew members takes over the helm, and then he pushes open the door to his cabin and he walks in.
I think that might be my cue, gents, and I'll stand up and I'm going to say, I'm going to go chat with the captain. You can borrow my cards, but if you rip them, I'm going to kill you. And she'll go try to follow the captain.
Yeah, clutching my bleeding hand. I'm gonna go
I'm not
check
healing
in.
you. You did that out of
I-
stupidity. You can
I-
learn a lesson.
No. I'm going to check in too, bleeding or not.
So, Iris, you're first in to see the captain, and he doesn't hear the door close right away.
I'll knock to make sure he doesn't try to shoot me.
Yes.
Just wanted to chat. I know we don't really get to talk much, and you don't get to talk much in general, but I don't know. Just wanted to chat if possible, you know?
When he said yes, he kind of just stopped and just kind of turned his head, and then he continues walking to his chair, lights up his pipe.
May I?
May you what?
Sit? Talk? Thank you. She'll wander over to another chair and just sit. I know I've been on the ship for a couple years at this point. Hopefully I've been helpful. It's hard to tell your worth when you don't know much of the people around you, but is there anything that you hear a small child? Is there anything?
I hear small children constantly.
Oh yes, I forget.
They haunt his dreams.
They're in me head.
We do indeed.
It's pretty
But,
Cougar.
Is there? I don't know. Is there anything more that you need from me? Anything that I can be doing? I know my father got me here, but I don't want to live on my father's merits alone.
Wise of you.
I try to be.
My father is a crazy son of a bitch.
He certainly can be. Still one of the more prudent men I've ever met.
I will have to agree. You've been liking your role as doctor?
Aside from having to clear people of diseases they could very clearly avoid, yes, I've been enjoying it quite a bit. People seem to take solace in my skills, which is quite nice. Are you sure there's nothing else I can do? Most of the time I just sit and play cards. You don't even make me mast sails or anything. I just sit and I play songs and cure people.
He blows smoke in your face. Most people would find that relaxing.
Relaxing's good and well. I'm not complaining by any means. I hope I'm not coming off as such. It's more, when you have a job, your job is to be useful. And I would like to maximize that to the best of my ability. Whether that be an ear to listen to, a song to play, or hell, if someone could teach me how to tie a knot, I'd probably be useful in that regard as well.
Well, I will have to think on it. Until then, carry on.
Of course. Sorry, I don't mean to take your time from you, Captain. My apologies. And she'll stand up and say, "Oh, would it be all right if I took first shift of shore leave?"
That should be fine. Send
Thank
in
you.
Aregion.
By your leave, Captain. And she'll walk to the door and open the door and say, "All right, you little spy, it's your turn." And she'll blow a kiss and let you in the door.
Oh, Captain, don't worry about this.
I don't.
Just got a good laugh out of everyone. I knew you'd appreciate that. Any business for me to take care of for you while I'm here? Don't let the hand fool you. I'm very capable.
Bandage the hand first.
Okay. Everything all
What I
right?
hear, our doctor is not going to take care of it for you, so might as well take care of it yourself. You know how to. As for me being all right, of course I'm all right. Why wouldn't I be all right?
Just making sure, sir. You seem awfully ready to get down to it, so to speak. Is there anything like on his desk? Is there anything like I can see? Anything that?
Mostly just pieces that he keeps from the different prizes you guys have claimed. He doesn't usually, he doesn't sell them. He keeps them as mementos.
Okay, so nothing to like discern. Nothing to discern like what his train of thought could be, or if anything's on his mind. There's nothing like would stand out to me.
There is a map of what you can't really tell. But he has been he generally, the captain likes to stay out and smell the sea air and command the helm almost at all times. So your instinct was correct. As soon as he just made his way into his cabin, it's like something's got the captain irked. Something's off.
Bleeding hand or not, I had to go check it out.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was a priority.
Hear from the ether. "It'll stay that way, you idiot."
Sings good shanties. What can I say? Good at what she does. I'm trying to think if I should ask about the map or not. I don't want to. I don't know. He seems to be in a peculiar mood. I don't want to piss him off.
Wait, aren't you the cartographer and you don't know what the map is?
Okay, that's fair. But have I seen?
Even more troubling.
But have I seen this map?
No.
There you go. What's this then, Captain?
That's quarter heading.
He looks to the map. Something that I've been working on. I'll bring it to the crew when I'm ready. As of right now, it is inconsequential. And I'll have no more about it.
Aye, sir. Understood. They'll know when they need to know. Is there anything else I can do for you, or any other duties?
You see him look to his wall that he has like a couple things mounted. How's Sigib getting along?
Seems to be doing fine. I can go check in on him if you like.
Send it to me.
Aye, will do. And I'm assuming I'm doing all this while still holding a bleeding hand, but I'm still going to get him before I get any help, because I go by the command. So, aye, sir. We'll send him right in. I get up, leave. Where is Sigib at this point?
I was close enough to offer you my crossbow, so I assume I'm just hanging out on the deck.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you actually meant that, like within earshot or. Okay.
Yeah.
You can. Okay, so I go to check in on him whilst holding said bleeding hand. See what he's. Let's see what he's up to.
I assume
Smart
I
man
would
would
have
have tended
roped
to that
him.
before he went to the captain.
I assume I would have roped him into a game of cards because that's just kind of Iris's thing. And so as you walk up, she'd be like, the bleeding heart and the bleeding hand returns.
Are quick. Are we already on our proper heading?
Yes.
Okay.
Sigib, Captain wants to see you. I need to go get this shit looked at, and I just run off. I just run off to find him.
Before he runs off, I want to grab his shoulder and just kind of lean in. It's like something off with the captain. Because having been on the ship for 12 years, I would know Aregion and the captain pretty well. So I would just lean in. It's like, have you noticed anything off, or is there a particular reason you went to see him, or did he say why he needs me? Usually, he doesn't get angry when I blow a man's arm off.
I
There must
agree
be
with
something else.
I agree with you. Something is off, but as always, I think we can trust him. So let's trust in him. I'm gonna get
Of
this
course,
looked
I
at.
just
Yeah,
don't like going into a situation with
I
nothing but
absolutely
my prick in my
understand.
hand.
I absolutely understand. I mean, with my bleeding hand in mine. Yes, I absolutely understand. We'll talk more of this later. I've got to get this looked at. He needs to see you. And I scurry off.
Aregion, why are you crying? It's just Gray.
I'm not crying!
All right, Sigib, do you head to the captain's cabin?
Of course. What else am I going to do? Can't defy the captain.
All right. Do you knock or do you just walk in?
Is the door closed or is it open still? Or?
It's slightly ajar.
I'm going to give it a couple taps and just kind of open it slowly, just to announce my presence.
You see him just looking at the wall again. Enter.
So I'm going to step through the threshold, and is he seated at his desk still?
He's seated at his desk.
And put my hand on the chair and ask, shall I? I'll sit and ask what he needs of me.
Known you for a long time.
12 years now?
How are you getting on?
As well as ever, I suppose.
News from where you come from. Apparently there's a war.
Well, how does that affect us? Do you see profit in it? It's why summon me for this? You know, my old life is gone.
Perhaps it is. Now you've told the captain of your past, correct?
Yes, he would be the one who knows the most of it.
Okay, I was going to say me not as much, I assume.
Yeah, you would know the general gist.
The
Wouldn't
gist,
quite as many
yeah.
details as he would.
Gotcha.
You would know. I mean, you wouldn't be super familiar with the detail, but you'd know, basically everything from the moment I signed on afterwards, and you would know the general backstory as to how I ended up here, but you wouldn't be aware of the specifics.
Gotcha.
Word from Green Eye came in.
That crazy bastard.
Apparently, Margrave's dead.
Rykov. That Margrave.
Aye, that'd be the one.
Who killed him?
Apparently some group. They
I
say
wanted to kill him myself, but suppose I can't be angry at somebody who kills the son of a bitch like that.
it was a hobgoblin.
A hobgoblin. That explains why they wanted him dead.
Not many of them left.
Didn't think any of them were left.
I've seen one or two.
I didn't think any were left in the continent, at least.
Fair
Any
point.
other news? Or
He stands. These ships are getting bolder. They
I've noticed.
raise the white flag in order to feign surrender, and then how many ship full of crews that we've had to kill this past hunt? 2, 3. Thought we were about to make a 4th.
Thankfully, the example did its job. Do you think something is emboldening them? Or is it just a
No.
streak of bad luck?
I don't really put much into luck. That's for all the people in Corial. They can have their luck. I go by the sea, and something is amiss. What, I don't know. But it has to do with that damnable organization.
Do you think they're making moves against us? Or the other pirates?
Perhaps. I have my suspicions. Just
You know, most people don't share those. Most people don't even really pay much mind to the organization.
yet, I hear the organization is making moves. Keep an eye on the crew.
I will. With Green Eye gone, do you feel like there's anyone else we could rely on in case they are making moves so we won't be alone?
Well, Green Eye is going to be investigating something guaranteeing a prize of some sort that he wants. I'm to meet with
Would I have
him.
noticed the map on his desk?
Yeah, probably. You probably would have glanced at it. I'm to meet with
Would
him
I-
in Dune Tra.
Would I recognize what's on the map, knowing my character's background?
At this point, no. You would not recognize what's on the map. You would know it's not a sea chart, so it's not like a chart of an island or anything like that. It seems to be... You know what? Roll intelligence.
Where are you? Damn, I got you.
This is why I stopped wearing the eye patch during when we play Sea of Thieves. Makes it very
Just
difficult.
roll intelligence, or do you want like?
Yeah, just an intelligence roll.
Fucking 4.
Yeah, you don't know.
Okay.
It's a different kind of map than you're used to seeing. And to meet with Green Eye and Dune Tra, speak about his new conquest he's on.
If the crew asks why I'm in here, is there anything I should tell them?
Tell him I scolded you for the
For the arm. It's gonna be out of character for you. Don't think the crew will think something's amiss.
whether they think something is amiss or not. It's not my concern.
Alright, I'll sell it.
That you will. Send me Bane.
Aye. So I will leave, and I guess would I know where Bane is at the moment?
Bane
I'm
was
probably just standing behind Iris. Well, she was playing cards, just kind of being a little cheeky peek over the shoulder.
Okay, so I'll go back to the gaming.
So I would really, if Bane's watching me over my shoulder, I would really love to roll either a performance or a persuasion or something to make people think that I have a way better hand than I actually do.
Yeah, go for it. Give me a
Ow.
performance.
Damn it.
performance. Can do.
Could she have advantage if I was like making faces and being like, oh wow?
Yeah, that would be an assist. Yeah. So
I assume I'm coming up.
performance and advantage.
I'm coming up behind them,
Yeah.
so can I see what they're doing?
Yeah.
Just gonna
So
watch.
that'd be 16.
The other crew members just like, 2 gold pieces.
I'll how about 4?
Sure.
I'm walking up, seeing this with my now bandaged hand. Go.
No. I've changed my mind. 4's too low. How about 8?
Fold.
That's what I thought, gents.
Fuck! All right, anyway.
Now that the round is over,
And
I'm
you
going to-
you throw down your cards. You had a 2 and a 3.
Nice playing with you, boys. Nice playing with you as always.
Well played, well
I
played.
had 2 kings.
Oh, look, and I was like, you should have played your hand better.
The only royalty on this ship is me, the queen of cards, apparently.
Now that the round is over, I'll grab Bane and let them know that the captain has requested them. And they can help Iris swindle people at cards when they're done.
Go have fun.
Did he say anything? Have I done something?
He hasn't said anything. He just brought me in there to... For some reason, he was upset that I blew that guy's arm off. I figured he would have been okay with it, but... Suppose the captain wanted to handle it himself.
But it was such
But
a
he
pretty
didn't mention
wreck.
anything about you.
Should just kind of nod and saunter off towards the captain.
All right. The door is now closed.
Is there any like window to the door, or is it all just full door, like a peephole or anything?
There is a small window, but it's covered with a curtain.
She'll go to kind of check, see the curtain, and go, and then gingerly knock on the door.
Enter.
She opens it really slowly and starts peeking in.
Hurry up. Inside.
To that, she just rushes in and sits down without even waiting for him to tell her to. Yes, sir?
Blow smoke in your face. Is there anything you want to tell me?
Nice weather we're having today? She begins blinking, not nervously, but just like the smoke in her eyes.
We are having nice weather. Tell me, what do you know of this syndicate?
Same as anyone, I'd assume.
Well, what does that really mean? Same as anyone.
Does she think that the captain knows anything?
Roll insight.
She got a 16.
To your knowledge, and based on what he's asking you, he could just be razzing you because you're one of the newest additions to the crew.
Mm-hmm.
But again, with how the captain is, you're not 100% sure. He may just be literally asking like what you know of them.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to give him a brief explanation of what anyone would know, and try and keep from like slipping anything else that I might know that he wouldn't.
All right. So go ahead and explain it then.
Oh, dang. Still hasn't loaded.
What, we have to roleplay in our role-playing game?
Oh,
If it would load. So I just kind of start talking about how, they've kind of got eyes and ears everywhere, about how they mainly operate out of, is it Coriel?
Yeah, Port Coriel.
Yeah. That the head honcho seems to be almost omnipotent, which is impossible, one might say, but nonetheless knows everything. And yeah, just leaves it roughly at that.
Would you think they have eyes and ears here on this crew?
I haven't been here long, but I haven't seen anyone. Not that I really go through everyone's belongings and check for marks or indications, or everyone seems to be trustworthy.
Good. Off you go then.
She nods and literally bolts out the door.
Then you hear, Cord!
yes, Captain.
My quarters now.
On my way.
You enter. I would have had Bane come and get you, but she ran far too fast for me to say anything.
Well, she is still learning. I think we have to give her the benefit of the doubt on that one.
I think I scare her.
To be quite frank, you scare a lot of people, Captain. But
Good.
that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Why did you assume I think it was a bad thing?
There are people who don't want to scare people.
I don't seek to be liked. I seek to be respected, which I believe I have with this crew. Am I
You have
correct
it
in
in-
assuming that?
Yeah, you have it in spades, Captain. But I couldn't help but notice you're a bit shook.
Shook. Choose your words carefully, my friend.
Mm. Is this to do with any of this terrible feeling you seem to be having?
I've made my opinion known on your black mark. It was given to you by a vile practitioner of our code. I hesitate even to call him a practitioner.
There's not a day that goes by that plays in my mind. What happened, what I did to get away from him, and why. why there is no light or color in anything I see anymore.
Well, you said you killed him, yes?
Yes, he was trying to make me kill a newborn. He had me kill the parents, but that night my life was saved by color, and it was taken away in the same breath.
Well, you need not worry about him anymore.
But this syndicate,
I was about to ask you about that.
What exactly did you hear, my captain?
I've been hearing they're making moves. Infiltrating. Do you trust everyone in this crew?
Yes, I would, even in spite of Iris's sketchy card playing. Aregion's bleeding hand. At least I think it's bleeding.
It is.
Bandaged, but still bleeding.
But again, it takes me a little bit to really trust anyone aside from you, Captain. I would like to think that this crew is the closest thing I'll ever have to a family again.
That's what I like to hear. Keep an eye on them. Protect them.
Aye, my captain.
All right. Off with you.
Slowly walk out. And right after I walk out the door, I take a...
On one more thing.
What? Yes, my captain.
Shut the door.
Oh, damn it.
Ready to lose it some more cards, Cord?
All right. Fine, I'm coming. Hold your knickers.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. A very gracious loser.
So the rest of you are now just kind of in this group playing cards, and this is now a time you can talk amongst yourselves. The captain is now shut away in his cabin, doing who knows what.
When you mentioned he was staring at the wall, was he just staring at a blank wall, or was there something there?
He has like trophies and stuff that he hangs on the wall, like the pieces that he doesn't keep on the desk. There are some that he's claimed from other prizes just hanging on the wall. Like there's a painting, and there's a couple of like golden masks and different other kinds of like knickknacks and antiques and stuff.
Real quick, since Sigib came back and said that, I would know that that's not the case, right? Like I would know that he wasn't getting reprimanded for that. Even though I'm already somewhat aware of what's going on, I don't know as much as he does at this point.
I was going to seek Aregion out anyway, so let me pull him a few feet away from the rest of the crew on the deck. And I'll ask him,
Would Aregion recognize if the map was complete at all?
A different question for just a moment. Go ahead, Biggest.
So, assuming he and I are out of earshot of others, I'll look at him. It's like, the captain seemed oddly preoccupied on his trophy wall when you spoke to him.
Yes, he was looking at the trophy wall.
That map isn't one that either you or I have put our hands on. When's the last time a map came aboard this ship that we weren't involved with?
The last time would have been...
Oh, I was asking him rhetorically, but if you want to go ahead and answer, go ahead.
The last time would have been about a month ago.
Okay, and then before that, I guess being, cartographer and navigators, I would assume most of the ship's maps come through our hands at some point. So
yes,
it's like, seems like he's been brooding on that one for a while, and he hasn't introduced it to us yet.
Yeah, I would say, speaking of the maps, did you recognize that? It's nothing I've ever seen on board.
No, I didn't recognize it either.
He did seem to be oddly focused on it and the wall. I didn't recognize any landmarks, yeah, there was nothing from it. Did he say anything else to you?
About the map, no. I mean, he's known us long enough. He doesn't tend to bullshit when it comes to you and I, so if he's keeping it close to the chest, I assume he's doing it for a reason. The only other thing he really told me is, well, you've probably heard the rest of the crew, that he wanted to reprimand me for blowing that guy's arm off. You probably realize that that's not the case. The crew won't question it, but called in. Yeah. It was odd. Called me in to tell me that the bastard that killed my father is dead. There's war brewing back on Terra. Don't know exactly what it means for us, but something about it. His captain's thinking quite a lot on it. Whatever it is, it's weighing heavily. I assume it's going to rear its head. We'll hear about it soon enough, but if he hasn't told you anything about it, hasn't told me anything about it, seems like he's playing it close to the chest.
Well, if we can just trust in him, I'm sure he won't lead us astray. I have always had faith in him. All these 15 years, he's not wronged me yet. I trust in him. He'll let us know when the time's right.
It's just odd.
Very odd.
He doesn't keep things from you and I.
Very odd.
Then I guess if there's nothing else he wants to say, we'll just mosey our way back over to the card game.
Yeah. We assume that it's only us who know. Yeah, I go back and decide to lose more than a bit of blood, I guess, with some cards.
Come now, Cord. You can fake better than that, can't you?
You got a pint of blood from Aregion. You want a pound of flesh from me?
I mean, I've heard cat meat's a delicacy in some places of the world, Cord. I'm sorry. I'm joking. I'm sorry.
You watch your tongue.
Real quick, where is my companion during all this?
He's probably below deck.
Okay, so he doesn't just follow me around above deck. Oh, okay, I was making sure. I meant to ask that much sooner, so that's my bad on that.
No, you're fine. He's probably napping right now.
Okay, Athelstan's taking a nice nap. Okay.
So Sigib and Aregion rejoin the group as you guys are continuing playing cards. It's all relatively peaceful on the sea. Nothing crazy, no storm clouds ahead. Seems like it's going to be a nice, smooth sailing into Duntra by tomorrow. Is there anything else you all would like to do before proceeding on to the next day?
We've inspected the cargo pretty well, right? Like everything's fine. There's nothing out of place, nothing. Okay. then yeah, that was my main concern. I figure leave the captain be. Lionheart knows what he's doing. He's not wronged us in any way before in all these years, so I trust him. So yeah, I guess I go and check in on Athelstan and just kind of retire for the night, if nothing else is required of me.
Oh, you guys were slow on the uptake. I get to go on shore first when we land.
Congratulations.
That's great. See you in the morning.
Oh. Good night.
Sleep tight. Don't have any too stimulating dreams there, Aregion.
I'm gonna say don't have too much blood loss.
Oh no, you wouldn't want to simulate things now, would you?
Yeah, fair. And then I just doze off.
All right. First watch.
Before going to bed, I'm going to do just a final check and inspection of just the guns in the stores. Take my job as chief gunner seriously.
Well, I guess
just to make sure the crew has done everything to my satisfaction.
I guess technically I would just take a little rest, right? Because I technically don't really need.
Yeah, you
sleep.
only need 4 hours.
I don't need that big of sleep. That much sleep. Yeah.
Sigib, as you're checking the guns all seem fine. Stores are packed away properly. It seems the crew has learned your standards very well.
Good.
And first watch goes to Bane. As the sun dips down, it is now getting darker. And on this night, it is a full moon, which means Viofa's gift is very plentiful in the sky, shining brightly. And it helps with being able to see things in the dark ocean. The Aurora Borealis like visuals in the sky is also very beautiful. Lots of greens and purples with a little bit of red in there.
It's all great to me.
Praise be to Moon Mom.
Praise be to Moon Mommy. And go ahead and roll me a perception check. Perception check, the one that's rolled the most in D&D.
We've got a 20, but not a...
All right, dirty 20, you got it. Alrighty. As you look out along the sea, you see dolphins just kind of like cresting the waves and coming up, back down, just swimming along. Otherwise quite peaceful. And your watch goes uneventful. And the next watch goes to Aregion and Iris.
Do I get to wake them?
Yes, you do.
God. Athelstan is totally cool with Bane, right?
I would hope so.
Because you are the newest member, correct?
One of the newest, yeah. Iris and Bane came aboard roughly around the same time.
I feel like he'd warm up to you pretty quickly, though. So.
When I'm waking up Iris, I'm quite gentle. I give her like a pat on the head, and I'm like, "Wake up, time for your turn." And then I go over to Aregion and I pat. Sorry, what's his name again?
Athelstan.
I pat Athelstan and go, and then I poke him immediately in the hand.
I knew it. Ow!
Shh! Wake the crew.
Sorry. Now, do I bring Athelstan stays below decks, right?
He can go up with you on your watch if you want.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring him with. Just to not leave him down.
Before he actually gets out, I will have rolled out of bed when Bainthaurel touched me very nicely, and I'll be like, "Oh, thanks, love," and I'll just head upstairs. And I wanna be looking out first. Just get that edge. I want a couple seconds.
Okay. So go ahead and perception check then, Iris.
Nat 1.
Damn.
Nice. I rolled a 69. So, you're thinking dirty thoughts. That's why you're not really focused on looking around. I figured just because I rolled a 69, that's what the severity is. So there you go.
And you'll Aregion will hear as he comes up on board. I'll need to find Sebastian next time I'm in port, because I swear to Coriolis, if I don't get some the next time I go on. You heard nothing.
I look at Athelstan. Who the fuck is Sebastian?
He's someone who could top all of you, and you'd like it.
I just look at Athelstan, and Athelstan looks at me like,
Hmm?
That is amongst one of the noises you'd make if you were with Sebastian.
The Tim Allen.
Tim Taylor. I forgot he did that. Anyways, yeah, me and Athelstan want none of that, so we smile, or what? He doesn't smile. Maybe he does. And yeah, so she's taking first watch then, or she's looking out first. I'm looking out now, or
yeah, you're essentially you're both taking the shift. Since there's only 3 shifts a night, unfortunately, Bane drew the shortest straw and gets to take her watch alone.
It was rigged.
okay. Yeah, Athelstan just goes about his own business. He's just chewing on some like spare rope or something on the deck, so he's doing fine.
You're such a good puppy. Oh, I love you so much. You're the best crew member on the ship.
He's the best.
Thank you.
This is the revelation where I realized that Athelstan actually talks.
It's like, you don't talk to me, fucker.
Athelstan has to call you Reggie, right?
Yeah.
Ricky.
Still gotta think of a nickname for him though. Reggie? Pretty good. Something I did not consider at all. Although I did wonder about Aregion's nickname being Reggie or something like that. Or Raggy?
Reggie would be funny.
Raggy? Yeah. Is that like what others are gonna say to me to like kind of tease me about him? Even though it's obviously we wouldn't have any knowledge of Scooby-Doo in this universe.
It's a bit of a fourth wall break.
Yeah, exactly.
Just punch the camera.
Call that a Chips moment.
just bring up like during the episode just a literal edit of just Scooby-Doo in there, just a still of it. Reggie? Roll red. Yeah, no, so I'm looking out now. He's doing fine.
Go ahead and
I'm
roll
looking at.
perception.
All right.
While we're on our watch after he does his perception, I will be nice and I'll slap his hand and cure his wounds.
I recoil slightly from that, but ultimately, thank you.
You go, ah, oh.
Ah, oh, thanks very much.
Don't tell anyone I did it, or I'll deny it up and down.
Athelstan barks in approval. He will keep our secret.
Oh.
I rolled a 17.
All right.
I'm sorry, 15. I'm sorry, 15. Sorry.
That's fine. Either way, that works.
Okay.
You look out, and again, Viofa's gift is aplenty. It's now at the highest and brightest point of the night, because all the colors in the sky just weave even more in intertwine with each other. Beautiful sight. And as you look across the dark sea that is illuminated by this phenomenon, you see nothing amiss, but this is now your time that you can also just converse with each other if you'd like. Otherwise, the watch ends. So,
What did the captain have to say to you?
Not much. Not too talkative lately, as usual. surprise. Had me go get my hand fixed up. I feel like probably wouldn't tell you right away. Like, I don't know if it would be because you've been on the ship
Like a
for
year
how
and a
long?
half.
Year and a half. Okay, yeah. So probably would keep a little more from you, like respectfully, not like out of spite.
Understandable.
Doesn't hate you, but is gonna keep it close to the chest with Sigib and whoever else may know at this point. We're not for sure, but yeah. Just yeah. Wasn't too talkative. Noticed him looking at his wall. Got my hand patched up. He told me to go and do that. What about you? Anything particular for you?
Oh, not much. He called me lively for like the 50th time. I'm starting to think it's more of a backhanded compliment. I'm not quite sure, but I don't know. I'm just trying to make myself useful. I sit, I play songs, I slap people and make them feel better. But look, Breezy, it's nighttime. Shush. But yeah.
Who?
My bird. Look, he only comes out at night. All right, calm down.
A fucking imaginary parrot?
Imaginary to you.
Athelstan, you see this shit?
Rah.
Well, for what it's worth, you've been a great value to the crew in my eyes with morale alone. So I have no doubt you'll continue to prove yourself. So
I try. It's
taunts and all, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. I feel I've lived long enough to know that to get by, you have to be just the right mix of sour and sweet.
Try that after 369 years. You'll definitely know.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I forgot that you've been
Takes a
around
toll.
for quite a while.
Been an age.
So why this ship then?
Well,
Been around so long.
why this ship?
Yeah, why this one? Out of all of them to see, why this one?
I appreciated the captain's demeanor. Like he doesn't necessarily tell you everything, but what he does tell you, he tells you straight. He doesn't keep anything from us usually, as far as I've known in these 15 years. I feel like I've found my home in a way. I've had past goes of it. I've been in these lands for some time, but nothing. Let's just say nothing as significant as this. The last gig didn't quite work out as well. Not on the best of terms, but I feel like with this crew, I feel like we've got something good here. I trust you. I trust you, newbies. Even with how much shit I might get.
Oh, look, we only give shit to the ones we like, right?
That's true.
Just think of it as a compliment, even if it hurts a little bit.
I'll trust that even maybe the captain's getting off a chuckle if he hears it in his quarters. So I'm glad to have you on board. And Athelstan is too, and he thanks you for your lovely serenades.
Oh, well, I'm glad you like them, and she'll give him a little scritch, and she'll kind of look out at the sea and go, I travel a lot, or at least I did before I joined the crew, and I don't know, it's nice here. I think I've liked my time here a bit more than I was expecting, to be honest.
It is nice. Have you ever been to Keyshawn's Beacon by chance? Nothing like it.
I don't believe I have. I did a lot of touring around Coriol and the likes, and I've been to the other main island as well, but not really any of the smaller places. Usually I keep to the big places.
So, how many years have you been traveling out here by chance?
Oh, tons. Probably started actually getting a taste for travel about 15, 16 or so.
Season.
I try my best. I've had my go on a ship or two.
Did you? I was just about to ask if you had any past stints with any crews.
Never learned how to tie a knot, but I've always been there to keep spirits high and pockets dangerously low of coin.
I have to ask, what got you into song and all that? Like, what got you into the musical side of life?
Oh, my mother. She was a bard. Apparently a rather good one. She was famous around the Port Coriol.
Really?
She coined a couple of tunes, caught the eye of a captain, and after that decided to settle down. Father kept to the seas, and I lived with her.
I'm sure they're good people.
Oh, amazing. My father's brisk and likes to take lots of risks, but he's a sweet man underneath all of it. Very good father.
He'd get along with us, no doubt, taking risks. I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
I think that given the chance, he would have quite a go with all of us. Yes.
Could very well take my place, eh?
Oh,
He'd give me a run for my money.
Oh, at the very least, I think he'd give you a run.
Perhaps prove a bit finger. Get it? Perhaps prove a bit better at the 5-finger fillet, I assume.
Perhaps. I don't know. Sometimes I think my mother would be the one better traveling. You know what I mean? Maybe I should have stayed at home, but either way. Oh shit! The rune's gotten high. I'll go wake up the next watch.
All right, I'll hold the fort here with Athelstan.
Okay.
Nice talking to you.
So you were to wake up Cord and Sigib.
I will wake up Sigib first, mostly because, I'm nosy. And so anything in your sleep, any secrets you want to tell? Sigib. And I'll shake him a little bit.
No.
No? Oh, you're never any fun. It's your turn for watch, and I'll go over to Cord. I'll pet him. Who's a good boy? It's time to wake up. Oh, there we go.
What?
Shift time.
Right. All right.
A pretty lady needs to get her beauty sleep. Come on, boys, hurry it up, and she'll go back to her cot.
Ooh. She does. Where is she?
Well, she's going to be the one laying in the cot insulting the bard if they don't stop.
Well.
Attached to your bits? You won't be if you keep it up. Good night.
I've been neutered.
Cord's a eunuch.
I mean, he's a proper eunuch. No, I'm attached to my bits. Very much so. All right. Time to watch.
All right, so you and Sigib head up to the upper deck, and Aregion is still there.
Oh, Aregion. Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. Looks like No, I'm not gonna get for the cheap loft there. I was gonna say, how did the hand job go? But no. Wait, your hand. It's healed.
Wait, would he notice? I didn't unwrap it or anything. I just smacked it.
I mean, he would be moving it, wouldn't he?
Perception.
Nine.
You wouldn't really notice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I still have sleep in my eyes. I must be seeing things.
Yeah, I'm fine, and I just hide it behind my back.
Wait,
I'm just petting Athelstan the whole time.
Where'd your hand go? No.
Athelstan offers Sigib the rope to play a little bit of tug of war with him.
Look at
I'll grab it and just start pulling and shaking. Walking around the deck with him.
Athelstan happily obliges.
And then as Athelstan walks away, we both shoot each other up. Oh.
All right, Aregion, since you don't need a lot of sleep, you could choose to go down and just get some extra sleep, or you can stay up with the other two guys.
Well, I was going to ask about a third option. How about to check on everybody else on the ship?
You can do a patrol.
I'll probably go ahead and do that. Yeah. All due respect to these guys, I will leave Athelstan with them because I trust Sigib and Cord with them.
Okay.
You don't mind if I call you Cord?
No, absolutely. And thank you. I'm getting quite hungry. I'm kidding.
I don't break eye contact with him until I get down below the deck.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yes, we scare the crap out of your master. That's what we do.
I'm so looking forward to just your Athelstan lines throughout this. Gonna be a bunch of that and
If anybody knows anything about my DMing, I will act as the animals. I mean, I do monkey noises for Christ's sake.
I love it.
As you should.
Oh my god. Not to get off topic here, totally derail here, but what was that language called where you were doing like the monkey? What was that recently? Hadazi. Okay.
Yeah. So I am not one to shirk.
You are not half-assing it.
I don't half-ass my shit.
Much appreciated.
I full-ass that shit.
I fully trust you to be Athelstan, for the record.
All right, so Sigib and Cord, go ahead and roll me perception checks, please.
$18.
7.
Cord, you're a bit busy with Athelstan, but Sigib, you take a look out, and this is where Viofah's gift starts to wane a bit. Not as bright as it is during the second shift of the night. Taking the last shift, you kind of miss some of that beauty a little bit. But it's still just as beautiful, and then mixing a little bit with like the morning sky, just like with the oranges and the reds and the purples coming in. It's an interesting mixture with the still partially night sky. But all in all, everything is peaceful. The only noise that's really being made is Cord playing with Athelstan. And now this is your time to converse with each other.
Shit. What make you of the captain today, Sigib?
Captain seemed preoccupied. Something's on his mind, but I assume he'll tell us in good order.
You think we're gearing up for a fight? Or are they smooth seas, smooth sailing ahead for us?
Pirates are always gearing up for a fight, but I have noticed that ships have grown a little bit bolder lately. Perhaps that's what's perplexing the captain.
Would it be a good idea to preemptively suggest any ways we might be able to make the courage a little bit bolder?
Make the courage bolder.
The courage bolder. Are we to not grow bolder with the other ships, or
It's yet to be a problem, but I assume we'll have to if they keep it up.
It's at this point, Bane, you would wake up, and you can freely walk about the deck if you choose, or you can just still lay down if you'd like.
Is Viofaz's gift still shining at this point, or is it gone?
It is still shining by this point, but very faintly.
Because I've just been pretty intently watching this entire time.
Bane would probably come up above deck and start tinkering with her chainmail, just so that she doesn't wake any of the crew. She just kind of slinks off to a corner and starts mucking about with it.
Horde and Sigib, you'd realize that that Bane is up and tinkering.
Look over. Look back to the
look
sky.
over. Up with the sunrise again, Bane, with your tinkering.
Aye.
Anything good you're tinkering with?
Hopefully it'll make it more useful. It just makes so much noise.
Oof.
You see that she's fiddling with the chainmail, and she's trying to make it so that it doesn't clink so much.
So, how exactly what would be the purpose of making this tinkering with this chainmail so that it's not as noisy?
I mean, as much as I can be a bit of a loud character when we're out and about, I'm sure that there will be times when we must be quiet and stealthy.
Something that you could appreciate, Cord, being a very stealthy individual.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. In fact, may I request, when you finish one, I shall like to test it out.
Oh, I would be delighted. That way I don't get my end stabbed. I mean, it's always
But-
nice to have a fellow
But
helper.
Are you working on more than chainmail for the chest? You're working on like gauntlets as well?
No, currently just my chainmail. It's just the chainmail tunic that she wears. She's just kind of fiddling away.
Well, make it a point. Nobody is to stab Bane in the hands, and you are not to play Five-Finger Fillet.
Oh no,
That's a
I play my dice.
That's a quartermaster's order.
Aye.
Yeah, all right.
After a bit of time, the sun begins to rise, and Duntra is within eyesight now. You are coming in to make port. The captain, you haven't really seen the captain much today. You notice he opened his door and he picked up a piece of paper, opened it, and then immediately shut his door again. But it was like a loud slam.
Blimey. What could have a captain so rustled?
Where
I
would
don't like mornings either.
Neither do me and Athelston. What?
You would have finished your patrol by now.
Yeah, would
and
have definitely
you would have
been
definitely
in earshot of that. Okay.
Yeah, you would have been by the helm.
I'm definitely gonna go knock on the door and check on him right away.
Who is it?
It's Aregion, sir.
Enter.
calmly open the door. I actually make sure to close the door behind me too. This time when I'll enter and leave, I left it ajar.
You see him just.
Where is he at the room? Is he behind his desk or?
He's behind his desk and he's just furiously puffing on his pipe, like not even taking it out to like enjoy the tobacco. He's just.
Is he looking at like the map or anything like that, or is he just fully in like what you're saying?
With all the smoke, you see that he's looking at something where the map is, but it doesn't look like it's the map. There's a piece of paper.
Everything all right, sir?
Bring all the officers in.
Right away, sir. Then I calmly exit the room, make sure to go ahead and close the door quietly, even though I'm going to get them. So, I don't know who is the closest to the cabin.
Probably
I haven't really gone anywhere, so I'm probably close.
Sigib, yeah.
Okay, Sigib first then. You know,
I'm gonna look at Aregion and say, the piece of paper probably doesn't say anything on it that it did earlier. I guess has the captain come to some kind of realization?
You saw that too. Well, we're about to find out, mate.
All right, see you on the other side, and I head over to the door.
All right. Now I'm going to round up the rest then as well.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Cord, and then Iris and Bane. And after Aregion wrangles you all up, you are all inside the captain's cabin, and it is full of smoke at this point.
My mouth is full of eggs, like I've squirreled them in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's going on, Captain?
Like, is the amount of smoke like an irritating amount, or is it just like?
It has a pleasant scent, though it is a bit much.
The shit ton of smoke in the room compared to usual. Like something is especially stressing him out or something to smoke that much.
Yes.
Bane's in the back corner, just kind of rubbing her eyes, trying to keep the smoke out.
Just gonna look at the captain and say, "You need me to snuff that for you?"
Yes.
But he said yes.
Yeah.
So I'll just. I assume you'll allow me to control flames to just snuff out the embers in the pipe.
Yeah. It's gone, and he unpacks it and then starts putting more pipe tobacco in. And he.
Not what I had in mind, Captain.
I needed a new bowl. And he goes to the window and throws it open.
I was just about to ask if there was a window. I was going to say, should I open the window for him?
And all the smoke starts to billow out. And the piece of paper that he was looking at begins to like float in the air as it's about to fall out. And he You rolled a natural 20 on a sleight of hand, so you got that.
Oh, yes.
And this. And he sets it back on the table and he takes a dagger and
Bane jumps.
I just lean in closer to look at it.
Yeah, what says that? And I'll look too.
And all it says is, Omen is watching.
Who the fuck is Omen?
Fuck's this then?
Is Omen spelled in all capital letters?
The whole thing is in caps.
Is there anything distinguishable about the handwriting?
You can attempt to investigate that. Go ahead and roll investigation.
I would say I would like to investigate as well.
14?
Not much that you can pick up. It's not like anything super distinguishable other than it's just in all capital letters.
No smudges, like fingerprints, nothing.
Not that you can tell. Whoever wrote this was very careful.
Never mind. I just looked at my investigation. I will decide not to investigate.
Yeah, mine's a +1. I'm like, is there anything else I
Yeah,
can
exactly. I was like, well, 14 is probably about as good as we're gonna get.
I mean, I mean, there's no way there can be an invisible ink message that, say, is brought out by lemon juice and heat.
Go ahead and roll an investigation.
Is Athelstan with us?
I
I-
wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't say. I would say the smoke probably
Okay.
kept him out of the room.
I rolled a B.
He rolled a B.
You got a
Yeah.
21.
Is that what that means? I didn't even know
Nope. Don't worry, Cord. I saw you.
Oh yeah, no, that's a natural 20.
Okay.
From what you
He
can tell,
sees all.
there is no you've dealt with invisible ink messages, and feeling the paper, there's no sort of indication that there
And no
is any extra writing on it.
Okay. No scent.
No scent, no nothing.
Okay.
I
Who
see
would
that.
have access to paper?
I see that and go, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Oh shit, did someone get in my bag? I'm gonna start rifling through my bag to see if like someone stole paper or something, because I'm probably one of the only 3 people on this that's paper.
Good point.
Are any of my pages gone?
Yes, one of your pages is gone.
Shit, someone got in my fucking bag. I'm missing a page.
Was it Athelstan?
No, I don't see any slobber here.
He doesn't like paper.
He's a good boy then.
This was left under my door.
How did it get there?
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
I mean to ask all of you. You all were on watch. Did you see anything?
I saw some dolphins.
I
That's
headed
not
up.
very pertinent.
Huge.
I headed up as Aregion was waking up, and then I started screaming at the ocean because reasons that are very physical, and I don't want to burden you with, Captain. But I didn't see anything at that time, and Aregion was up maybe 5-6 seconds after I got up on board.
We chatted. Didn't see anything. I didn't see anyone around your cabin.
I mean, it was a full moon.
Yeah, it would have been hard to not see anything.
Athelstan was
mean-
above deck most of the time with coordinate, correct?
Yeah.
Did we notice any odd behavior from him?
I
From
can't.
from the wolf?
From
Yeah.
Athelstan?
No. Just being
So tell the captain.
being dog-like.
I saw nothing.
Was
Athelstan
it-
didn't seem perturbed.
Could
He was just playing with the rope.
somehow. Well,
Captain, where did you
Bubbles.
find the paper?
gift.
Under my door.
Under your door.
Slipped under.
Could the power of, or if it has, assuming it
would-
has any power.
He's in the captain's quarters right now, right? That's
Yeah.
what he's referring to.
Mm-hmm.
I want to investigate the balcony.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception.
Perception, you said?
Yes.
Are the planks wide enough that something could have been
12.
slipped like underneath?
You don't notice anything out of the ordinary on the balcony, and the planks are not wide enough for something to be slipped underneath.
Okay.
From
On the
any lower
balcony, I want
decks.
to look down and check the rudder and just the hull of the ship, basically, around the balcony to see if anyone tried to enter in through that way.
Didn't
Or
seem
somebody on board the ship somehow managed to clamber out of a porthole.
It doesn't seem like there's any sort of damage to the hull of the ship. Rudder seems fine. Portholes are a bit too small for anyone to be able to climb through on the back of the ship.
Could
so-
Volvo's gift somehow been
Viofa's gift?
Viofa, sorry. Been enchanted to cloak somebody delivering said message? Or
Not
even if it was
necessarily.
or even say I guess a crow or seagull just dropping it?
You said that Iris. You said that none of your paper was missing, right?
Yes, one of my papers is missing out.
Oh, one of your papers is missing. Okay, because I was about to say who else on the ship has paper. Okay.
Me, the captain. I don't know. I feel like there's someone else on the ship that has paper, but I don't see them with it too often.
With this, we know the name of the syndicate now. And that's where we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Thank
Just
you.
a little bit. Don't go away. We'll see you in a moment.
How to make the new Dragon Ball Mythic in Fortnite 10 times stronger. So we all know the Kamiyamama.
Just take it out. Take it out of Fortnite. They don't deserve it. No, this is the last one. I can't.
Potatoes! You can practically neglect them and they'll still grow.
Is that why I'm so fucking fat?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. Fuck! Have you ever felt like you've had no energy like this guy? Who, me? Yeah, you. You should try Rogue Energy. What's Rogue Energy? Well, Rogue Energy is a new supplement that gives you all the energy you need with all the great flavors and no calories and no sugar. And it's easy to make too. All you need is a 16-ounce glass of water, a scoop of your favorite flavor of Rogue Energy, and then the final step, shake it. Keep shaking. Ultra shake. Hyper shake. Shake it all the way! And now you can try it for yourself. Wow! Don't forget to use promo code Smoking Dragons at checkout for 10% off your order. Get your Rogue today. Now in a can! Who there? Hello. You smell nice. Welcome to Crazy Joe's Apothecary. We got some of that wonderful Smoking Dragons content here for you. You smell like apples. Much like the Smoking Dragons do. Right here. Smoking Dragons content. Let's pop this bad boy open. Oh, yeah, smell that. Yes. You got the Smoking Dragons content here for you. You want to get over to Patreon? You got the Dragon Lair podcast. It's quite good. The dragons all smell nice. I take it from Crazy Joe. I know, crazy good deal when I hear one. Only $1 a month. And you get to listen to that there podcast. Also, on the YouTube, they got all this, all their D&D content. All right there, so you should go subscribe. Very nice. I've subscribed. Crazy Joe subscribed. He leaves lots of comments. But they get deleted, though. One day, Crazy Joe will leave a comment that'll stay. What's that? Joe! You hear that? That's probably nothing. Anyways. Make sure, also when you subscribe, on Twitch, you use your Prime sub. Because if you already have Amazon Prime, it's free to you anyways. And the Smoking Dragons get the full value. We like value over here. That's a strong potion. I've been Crazy Joe, and I'm gonna find me that gray-skinned man. He smells like ladders. Smells like something I want to climb. And we're back. So right now, Captain Lionheart is looking over the paper, and as he said, we know the name of the syndicate now. Omen.
Have I come back in from the balcony?
Yes, at this point you have.
I'll tell the captain it doesn't look like anybody came in through that way.
Then my suspicions were correct. Someone on this crew is a member of Omen.
Someone on the crew that was able to get past all of us.
Yes. As of right now, I want you all to do nothing. Do not treat the crew any differently. We'll be making port in Dune Tra. I have an appointment to keep. And for that, maybe we can glean some information from there.
Captain, is it why would you be needing security or a right hand at this appointment, or will you be going solo?
He pushes aside his overcoat and he puts his hand on his pistol. This is all the security I need.
If you wish, my captain.
Sigib, you know the drill. You will stay aboard, keep watch of the ship. Unless for some reason you want to make to go ashore in Dune Tra.
I have no reason.
Good. Iris will be going ashore first, then the rest of you may. Make sure to offload all our supplies, and we can get our coin, and we can be off within the night.
How much of the supplies are we selling? Or are
As
we
much
selling
as we
all of
can.
it? As much, okay.
Is there any other points of interest anywhere I should check in that could use while we're at port? Any kind of duties of me that are expected?
Perhaps
'cause
after Iris takes her time on her shore leave, link up with her again, and head to the brothel.
You got it. Stay safe, Captain.
Oh, the
Thank
brothel.
you.
You know,
If there's what
you know who to speak to.
Are there any...
is he talking to me?
He's talking to Aregion.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
Am I the only one he told who he was meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any... Have we discussed the possibility of a stowaway?
Aregion,
It's something
you're-
I'm... Oh, go for it.
No, you first.
I was going to say that's something I would check while I am on board and while we're unloading supplies.
and
I'm going to have
yeah.
the crew that's still on the ship with me give it a thorough top to bottom.
But yeah,
And I was also patrolling the previous night, so
I'm thinking
Anytime
more...
I do
are there-
repairs, I'd probably
Actually,
be looking
are
around
there-
in nooks and crannies, so
Yeah.
he doesn't
okay.
want us to treat the crew differently, so I'm not going to have the crew check. I will check, but I'm not going to arouse suspicion.
smart.
So I will just have the crew unload and tend to things as usual while I
Tell them
comb
to go
over
to-
everything. And that wouldn't be too terribly suspicious because they know I run a tight ship, pun intended.
Tell them you're going to repair the wheel rudder.
Well, I feel if we had a stowaway, Aregion and Sigib would have found him.
That or they're creative or stronger than we would expect.
That
Or
or all
We might have
blind.
another castle.
Or invisible.
Look, the eye patch is not diegetic. I actually do have two eyes.
We don't know yet if Omen is in to magics of dark variety. so-
Can't roll it out. Some kind of cloaking spell or something.
Captain.
Even if they were invisible, Athelstan should have.
That is true.
smelled
That is
somebody.
true. That is true.
I think his what is his passive perception? I know he like a direwolf gets advantage on anything that involves smell or sound. I think
it's pretty damn up there. Look at that. Let me take a look.
Bane, you were saying.
The message is quite vague. How do you know the omens has anything to do with the organization?
Wow, he gets +6 on perception, by the way.
Enough of what I've heard. I knew they had a name, didn't know what it was until now.
Is it in the realm of possibility that somebody could use a spell like that masks maybe their scent and cloaks them? Is there anything we know of like that exists?
Not one for magic.
I need to roll Arcana or something.
Yeah, you would roll Arcana.
Oh, I would, or he would.
I
Sigib would.
Okay, thank God.
Being the caster and just the he's relatively bookish type. You guys probably know
okay
by now. He enjoys reading and finding arcane tomes.
I hear arcane and I look at you. I immediately leave it to you because I know your history with it. Oh
Even
no!
with the +6, it's only.
It's 11?
a what? It's an 11.
Not something that you can think of off the top.
I know that invisibility wouldn't be too terribly difficult for another magician, but to completely disguise their passage would be nothing I would know of. At least they didn't do it by magic alone.
True.
Could be possible that there's a team on the ship.
And that would imply that they would possibly have knowledge of Athelstan and know enough. Okay.
Means they've been with the crew for some time. This is worrisome. You can see the captain just start to grow more and more unsettled.
Anyone you're thinking of, Captain?
Unfortunately, no. I have no suspicions whatsoever on who it could be. I knew there was something off, but I don't know who.
One of the best things about being on a ship in the middle of the ocean is there aren't too many places to run.
As soon as we make port, though, they could.
If they run, then we know who it is.
How much time do we have between then and now? Could we do a sweep?
We'll be making port within the hour.
I mean, we can always do an innocent sort of head check. You know, we're about to go on land. Let's make sure no one killed each other. Standard routine, blah,
That's
blah,
what I was
blah.
thinking. Maybe have Sigib continue doing a sweep like he's been doing.
We can adjust the crew. No problem. Because we still need to unload. Who all is on shore leave, Captain? How many are going to be leaving the ship and how many are going to be remaining on board?
Many of the crew have requested shore leave.
I would recommend taking a list of those who are leaving, just so we can keep track of who should and shouldn't be on the ship.
Do we have a roster to begin with?
Being the quartermaster, I imagine you would.
I do then.
Roughly how many people do we have on board?
Given the size of the ship,
You roughly have 50 crewmen on board, and not including yourselves.
Okay.
So 55, 56
take.
including the captain.
Okay.
So Cord would be, as quartermaster, he'd be paymaster as well, right? He'd be in charge of, handing over coin to the men?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cord.
Yes.
Pay attention when you're handing out this hall's pay. See if anybody is. They're always enthusiastic, but if they're more enthusiastic than normal, or if anyone seems eager to get on with it.
I assume that would be a perception check.
I just figured if
When
there's
it-
an
when it-
actor,
when
if,
it-
it,
when
if
it
anyone's
comes in.
acting against us,
When?
Yeah, it would be
Yeah,
more.
when?
It would be more insight.
Oh, and
if anyone's acting against us, and if they need to pick up supplies or whatever else they're using, this call to port would be the time they do it.
what do crew quarters look like? Are they just hammocks?
Yeah, they're mostly just hammocks in the lower decks.
So no possibility of them hiding anything where they sleep.
They have like usually their stuff like next to their
Foot
hammock.
lockers or something?
Yeah, foot lockers.
From my understanding, they have like small chests usually.
Yeah.
But they're also bolted to the ship most of the time, so they can't just up and run without them. Or with them.
And has he been going by and checking these foot lockers? Like he's made the rounds as well? Aregion?
Aregion
So-
would generally rifle through people's things. They get kind of any person would get riled up if that were to happen.
Not rifle through, just making sure nothing's been tampered with. Like checking
yeah.
the ship at night. Yeah. No, I definitely didn't. Hey Jim, what do you got in your foot locker? No, definitely not. Yeah. Hey, I can do
see
it.
what's in here. I'm
I'm
first mate. I do what I want.
I was gonna say I'm second in command, bitch. I do what I want. Anyways, no, definitely not.
Also, whoever goes on shortly, procure some of the captain's favorite tobacco. Let's try and at least keep him in high spirits.
I'm sure I can find him something nice.
See that you do.
Very good.
Right.
So
well,
are we still all like discussing in the cabin?
yeah, you're all still in the captain's quarters.
So we're just like saying this in front of him, like, oh yeah, we can find something nice for the captain.
And he's just like, see that you do.
Yeah.
Realize I'm still here.
I mean,
Does he have a hat? Like, is he usually wearing a hat or?
He usually only wears the hat on special occasions.
Okay. I maybe could be looking for a new hat for him, just for the hell of it, just to lift his spirits. So
If you'd like to.
I definitely will.
but I mean some of that special tobacco.
Old Toby, wait, shit. After my
old
business with her,
Toby.
of course. After my business, where Iris and I will be visiting, of course.
So, as you finish this discussion, the captain dismisses you, and you make preparations to make port, and the ship comes in to Duntra, and this is a relatively busy port, but it is one of the smaller ones. The captain likes to make port here because generally he gets more for whatever he sells. And it is also away from a lot of prying eyes, such as people from the syndicate, or even just it's less visited than some of the other ports like Athraith's Landing, Port Corial.
Corial, of course. Yeah.
He most never makes port in Corial. Mostly never. So Duntra is definitely one that's one that he likes. So as you make port in Duntra, it's like I said, a relatively small port, and it is there's a lot of dock hands around, just just making sure they're helping with securing ships to the dock, and you start prepping to get the supplies off the ship. And Iris, you can take your shore leave.
I'll be back. Don't worry. I know we have business, so I'll try to keep it short, and I'll wander off.
Marker cards.
I've got my cards with me. Don't you even? I'll
All
buy
right.
you your own set. Oh my goodness.
I didn't want to steal them. I wanted to mock them.
Now, Iris, as you go on your shore leave, I would like to ask everybody else to take off your headsets. So, Iris, as you're walking through, what is exactly that you are going to take care of?
Obviously, I want to meet with my contact.
Okay.
I want to do that very first, but usually I keep my contact in a very public place, so it looks like I'm meeting with an old friend. I know that I'm going to the brothel later, and I assume one of my contacts is there, but to avoid that connection happening, I think I would go to my contact. I don't know. Possibly in, like, town square, if there is one?
Yes, there is. As you push past the dock, and you begin to head towards the town square, there's plenty of people about, just, going about their business. The baker is taking his tray.
Like
around.
always.
Like always. And then and you noticed somebody who just goes and is walking about, and then they make eye contact with you, and then
I'll sidle over and sit down on the wall near them and start playing a flute.
So, have you gleaned any new information?
Not quite yet. Captain Lionheart's a little bit of a hard nut to crack. All he can really mention is how I get frustrated of mostly is that ships are being a little feistier than usual.
Well, we've been on his crew for a year and a half. We expect results.
I understand that, but it would be nicer if I knew exactly what I was supposed to be looking for.
He has information. Either you acquire that information, or you eliminate him.
Understandable. Is there a particular category I can be looking for here? You can't just be looking for trade lines and rowdy ships. There has to be something a little bit more specific I can try to dig into.
He has information on our operation.
Oh.
Some sort of blueprints.
Blueprints, you say? Okay, all right. See, that I can work with. You don't have to be so cryptic all the time. I know how to keep my lips shut.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh? What makes you say that?
With the amount of boasting you do at every port you go to.
It's part of the act, you know that. I play music, I'm supposed to be robust and out there. If I'm not, it's actually more suspicious. I act the way that I have to, because that's the way that the Whispers operate. You should know better by now. Or, if you feel so worried about it, you can bring in Mr. Hallowed Chamber and have him do it himself if he's really so eager for information. But I'm not sure he's the one who is asking for it.
Spoken like somebody who doesn't know what's going on.
Exactly, and I'm trying to, but you're being very, very vague. But, again, I know to keep my mouth shut. I'm just a little bit frustrated that it took so long to get something so specific. And she'll stand up and start cleaning off her flute. I'm working on it. Just keep in mind that apparently the captain's meeting someone here today. I'm not the only one you should have your eyes on.
We are aware of his appointment.
Good. I'll do what my part is. And once I have something, I'll let you know. But in the meantime, now I have a focus. Since wasting a year and a half trying to get to know him, I think I can probably start digging something out from some sort of cranny now that I know what I'm looking for.
Do me a favor.
Yes.
Don't go getting attached.
Oh? I haven't before. Why would you say that now?
Something about you seems different.
I hear that a lot. Right before I piss people's hearts. But I appreciate the concern. Didn't know you were attached to me.
We aren't. You are a
Oh,
means to an end.
Oh, you're no fun. And as he's going his way, I'll go mine. But then also, I want to get some confectionaries because I want to make a ploy of wanting to have surprised the crew.
Okay. All right. It's a weird way to put it, but I said it. You may return your headsets to your heads.
Oh, thank you.
Good. I was going to put mine on my feet.
Iris will come back about an hour and a half or so later, carrying like a big wooden box. I'll saunter up onto the gameplay. Now, before you all start getting salty at me for winning at cards again, and I'll open up the box and it's a bunch of homemade fudge and brownies.
Didn't get anything for Ethelstan?
Nothing. I was just about to say. I was like, none for you, Athelstan. Nothing. None for you.
What do you take me for? And I like reach into like the bottom of the box where it has like a little like shelf, and there's like a bag of jerky.
Athelstan loved that.
He earned it.
Take me for
What? No grog?
no grog. I'm the doctor.
Look, that's all the medicine they had back then.
Well, this is medicine for the
It's
soul.
not
and
grog.
it's
It's grog.
No milk of the puppy.
And with that, with Iris returning, the captain has already gone to his appointment, so he's left the ship, and now it is.
Ward's still with me? Is he still on the ship?
Everybody is still currently on the ship, essentially waiting for Iris to get back, and now you all are to head and sell the supplies, and then head to the brothel.
I assume there is no problem.
Are I staying on the ship?
Yes, you are staying on the ship.
Okay.
I assume there's no problem with John Tra with having Athelstan around. I
No.
assume he can go with. Okay. I
As
will
long as he
definitely
doesn't,
take.
like, rip anyone's arms off.
Yeah. Are you gonna say
No.
hump anyone? Are you gonna say hump anyone?
Don't worry, buddy.
Oh,
I
no,
didn't
no, it's a
forget
pirate
about
port.
you,
That's okay.
And I'll give him jerky.
That gets him a Medal of Honor.
Yes. Good boy. You're such a
Yes,
good
he will.
boy.
I will definitely wait until he has had his enjoyment of the jerky.
Who would think I'd forget about you? You're such a good boy.
I will try my best not to get sick on fudge. Amen to that, Athelstan. Amen to that.
So now the rest of you can head to sell the supplies, and this hall has provided you all with a total of 10,000 gold that will be distributed amongst the crew. Obviously, there are big shares that go to each of the officers. The captain gets 2 shares, I believe, is what is in the code.
Yeah, I think 2 for him. I've got it open here. Yeah, 2 shares to him, 1.5 to the quartermaster, and everybody else. Oh wait, hold on. No, 1.5 to the quartermaster, and then everyone else 1.25.
Yes. Because the reason the quartermaster gets more is usually from the quartermaster's pocket that purchases more supplies.
Fair.
So that would mean, mathematically speaking,
That's
the captain would get
56.5 shares, right?
yes. Let you guys do the math.
That's 176.99 each.
So we'll round up and just say 177.
Do we go ahead and add that, or is that going to be added?
Add 177
Okay.
gold And then what's a quarter of that? Because everybody gets a share in a quarter.
Oh yeah,
except for the quartermaster.
177 times 0.25 is 44 and a quarter.
Yeah.
So let's just round that down to 44. So 44 plus 177, 221.
Yep. So everybody gets 221.
Except for
Cord, he gets
265.
265.
Where do I add that?
Yeah.
Go to inventory, and you should see a little gold icon in the top right of your inventory.
Okay, and then you said 177 we add?
Yes.
No, 221 because we all get the quarter.
Share in a quarter.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And which means the captain gets 354.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was slow on the uptake. How many are we adding?
221.
220.
Except Scooter is
265.
265.
221 gold pieces.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
A piece of gold for every day of the year.
Okay, so we're all except Scooter sitting at 321 then. Or I am at least. Actually, I'm not sure. Do we all start with the same? I'm not even
You
sure.
all started with 100 gold.
Okay. So I'm at 321.
As am I.
365.
I'll fucking brag about it. Yeah.
Look, he's got a bad catnip habit. Okay, he's got to pay for it somehow.
He doesn't talk about what he does on short leave.
They took my kittens.
Your kittens. Oh no.
And I can't even have
Are there
them.
dingoes in Althea?
Cautiously back
Any
up
dingoes?
Athelstan
No.
from him.
Dingoes done ate my
Are dingoes a
kittens.
thing in the world? Wow, cool. Good enough.
So now, after selling off those supplies, you head to the brothel.
I'm still on the ship, correct?
Correct. Unless you wanna come along.
Well, I guess while the crew was unloading supplies at the dock, I would have done a pretty thorough sweep. Not thorough enough to arouse suspicion, but enough to see if I noticed anything off.
Go ahead and give me 3 perception checks.
3, okay.
Yes.
And we're going
A
to
10?
the brothel to look for information?
Yes.
An 11,
10,
Well,
11.
We'll know who to talk to there. Or I'll
and a
know who to-
17.
Okay. You haven't noticed any stowaways or anything out of the ordinary.
And one thing I want to check those powder barrels. Open them and take a look.
I was saying that.
Okay, go ahead and roll me investigation.
And by powder barrels, I mean the ones that we took from the most
Yes.
recent price.
Yes.
So I assume I would have already inspected the existing ones on the ship.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
12.
You dig through and they are only half full. They're mixed with something.
The
Like from what you were digging through, it was powder, but then you get down to like some white substance.
I am going to. There's no open flames are allowed in the powder magazine, so to make sure I can see well what I'm doing, I'm going to cast light just on my hat to basically just illuminate the room around me, so I could get a good view of the powder magazine. And I want to check the floors as well to see if there's any spilled powder or anything else.
There isn't any spilled powder, but there is that white substance that you found as you were digging through. There's like bits of it scattered around.
Do I know what? Can I tell what the substance is?
Investigation.
Cocaine.
That's totally what I was thinking. Totally what I was thinking. It's like, can I snort it?
Dirty 20.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
You smell it.
No, smell it. No.
That's not how I actually.
And then he burned the ship down.
He's just gonna.
It immediately gives you like a kind of kick as you like recoil back from it.
Oh, it is cocaine.
And we will miss Sigib.
This is some kind of narcotic.
Oh shit.
Oh, damn.
So the ship was smuggling. The ship that we took, what kind of flag was it flying?
It was
colors
flying.
were they?
It was flying a traditional merchant flag.
Any particular kingdom or jurisdiction it was flying under? Even if not the on sign, like the pennants up on the mast or anything identifying.
Based on the
ship.
manifest, it was heading to Cordova.
Okay, odd. Somebody is smuggling narcotics into Cordova. Do we still have a copy of the manifest? Do we still have that?
I would say that Horde probably would have taken down notes of the manifest.
His notes he would have left on the ship. He wouldn't have taken them with him, would he?
Correct.
Or is he still on the ship at the moment?
At this moment, like when you were doing your investigation, he still would have been on the ship. So before
I want to check the manifest and see who this run, who this cargo run was destined for, whose supplies we took.
So as you look through Cord's notes on the manifest, it seems that the name that it was under is Margrave Brycott.
Okay, the powder I would understand. Well, gunpowder wouldn't be off-brand for him, but the narcotics is interesting. Then again, I've been off the continent for a while, so I would know that he likes guns, but I wouldn't know anything else he's been up to.
Yes, correct. And also the fact that you just heard that he's dead.
Yeah. I mean, shipment could have been on its way before he died. Do we know how long ago he was dead? Would the captain have informed me of that?
The captain didn't say when.
Okay. We'll have to ask him when he returns.
So with that that information under your belt, you could go with the rest of the crew ashore and go to the brothel and question the person there of interest, which
I guess
Sigib and Aregion would know who.
We would know who it is.
We would still have adequate crew to watch the ship, I assume, right? Not everyone would be ashore.
Correct.
Then I will go with the rest of them.
I'm only hanging out on the docks.
Roughly how many are staying with the ship, just out of curiosity?
About a crew of 30.
Okay, so still definitely plenty to watch it. Okay.
I'm going to tell them, no, while we're gone, nobody except members of our crew on and off the ship.
Aye. And as you all...
Harbor master, nobody.
Aye. Of course, Master Gunner.
Oh, are you joining us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Someone's getting lonely on the seas too, I understand.
Anything in particular change your mind?
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to make sure that everything goes smoothly with our contact. Seems important to the captain.
Fair enough.
We're off to see the wizard.
So now that you guys have sold off the supplies and now are heading to the brothel, plenty of scantily clad women. There's also male escorts there. People of all races are gathered there, having the time of their lives. Plenty of drinking to be had. A lot of raucous behavior, loud, rowdy, and one woman, tiefling, who is a pink tiefling. She comes up with a fan, and You know this woman. She is known as the Madame. Oh, hey. It's you lot.
Madame.
Aregion. Oh,
Pleasure.
Sigib. You're off the ship. Surprise, surprise. I must be a very, what is the word? Special occasion, I suppose, for lack of a better phrase. Cord, you're still alive. And who are these two lovely new ones?
New
yeah.
sign-ons.
Gianna, at your service.
What a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Madame, you can call me.
Oh, I'll call you more than that if I get lucky enough, I assume. And she'll kiss her hand.
Oh, you are incorrigible.
I try my best.
And you?
You can just call me Bane. I'm surprised you don't remember me.
Don't remember you? What do you mean?
I've been on these streets for years.
I suppose I don't get out much.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't come in much.
I'm usually on my back.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of that.
She's the finest ceiling inspector on the island.
Oh, Siggy. You make a woman blush.
Made me blush.
So, what is it the captain needs this time?
Whatever Aregion and I need to ask, would we do it with the others present?
I think given the circumstances, it's fine.
Okay.
You're all trusted members of the crew. You're all officers, so eventually the information is going to get to all of you at some point, so...
So we are asking about the incident. We are indeed asking about the
Whatever
note.
we're asking, I would suggest we do it in private.
Come upstairs.
Thank you.
And she leads you up up a long spiral staircase. Kind of like it's like built into the building with like an open center, like has like an open atrium, and it goes up, and she opens the door, and she pulls a couple chairs. Please sit. I'm
Thank
not
you.
used to this much company in my quarters.
At least not at once.
Yes, that would be quite a premium, wouldn't not?
Hefty amount of gold.
Oh yes.
Having been here before, I'm comfortable enough. I sit down just fine. Go at ease.
Bane
I would
leans
assume-
against the wall by the door.
I would assume by her greeting, I would know her, even if I'm not a frequent patron of the establishment. So
Yeah,
I guess I will also sit along with Aregion.
you've been in this room with the captain himself, several occasions to gather information.
Hey,
I saw that. I saw
Yeah.
that, Scooter.
I
The
saw
honey
that.
in the middle, there's some leeway.
Hey, you weren't the only one thinking it, to be fair. I was like, hey, who's to say crew orgies? Anyways,
People need to learn about each other somehow.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, I
I'm
do.
not people.
So, what is it you want to ask?
trying to find a way to break this too. I'm trying to think of a way to address it.
Come on, chop chop. I don't have all day.
Captain
Customers waiting and all
needs information.
I expect he does.
Good. We received a threatening note. He believes it's from the Syndicate.
Ah, the
He
Syndicate.
feels they're growing bolder, and they might be planning to make a move.
Worth noting
I imagine your
that's not what was on the
girls
paper.
hear quite a lot of information. What kind of stirrings have you heard?
Go ahead, also, Ninjacles, you were saying.
I was just saying, worth noting that that's not what we read on the note. It did say something else that I'm assuming we've never seen that. Would she know anything about that exact name for it? You know, has she ever heard of Omen?
The Syndicate's name?
Has she ever heard of Omen? Would she know anything about that? Sorry, not to cut him off. Totally fine to go where he was going.
I just wanted to hear what both of you were saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
So to answer Sigib's question first. My girls have had dealings with members of the Syndicate, and there was anything particular written on this threatening note you were speaking of, Aregion?
Do I want?
Ooh, yeah.
Do we want to give her the exact wording?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. Because I feel like we're
it-
trusting. We come here, but like how
Yeah.
how
How
delicate should we
trusting
be?
are we?
Exactly.
How
That's
trusting
what I'm
of her
saying.
should we be?
Yeah.
I'll look at her and I'll say, it was rather ominous.
Very good.
Well, as of course you know, the Syndicate keeps their lips tight. Tighter than some of my girls. And we all know they have big mouths. They love to gossip. However, the Syndicate did let one thing slip recently, that I've heard. Gianna, she was with a Syndicate lad. Something about Omen is what I heard.
Omen as in a bad omen? Somebody named Omen? The word could mean a lot of things.
And that it could. Specifically, he said he was part of Omen.
What Syndicate lad was this? How recent was this?
It was just the other day.
Does that come up in conversation? I know that having legs part like the seas can do things to a man, but I feel like something that keeps such tight lips wouldn't talk so easily.
I found it very, very curious myself.
So,
of course, I asked if she was lying, and I made sure she wasn't. And I trust Gianna. She is very good at what she does.
She's still around here?
Well, she's taking the shift off for today. Needed a rest.
where is she taking off?
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry?
Where is she taking off? Is she resting here? Has she taken leave?
She has taken leave, yes.
Where to?
Well, back to her home.
Do you know where
nearby.
it is?
It's within Duntra proper.
Did she perhaps describe what this gentleman looked like?
Oh, I remember what he looked like. Brown hair, blue eyes, rather skinny fellow.
Skinny.
No one saw anyone accompanying her by chance or anything, did they?
When she took leave, no.
Okay.
Has this patron been here often?
No, I would say it was one of his first times here. If he came before, I didn't see him.
Any distinguishing marks that either you or she were able to glean, like a tattoo or a scar, something like that?
Nothing of the sort.
Did he have anyone with him? Was he just alone?
by himself, as far as I know.
Is he human?
Any-
Elf? Anything else you can give us?
He was an elf, yes.
Could you tell of what kind?
Not immediately, which means he wasn't a sea elf.
Anything he wore particularly, like a memento, a treasure, weapon?
He did leave in a cloak.
He left a cloak? Or left here?
Left here with a cloak on.
Ooh.
Did he not wear it in with him?
He wore it in, but took off the hood when he went upstairs.
Is
Did it
there
have any
anything?
symbols on the cloak?
I was going to say anything to distinguish the cloak.
Just your average run-of-the-mill cloak. I believe it was black.
We wanted to pay a
Diamond
visit
black
to-
cloaks.
What was her name? Gianna? Was that it?
Yes.
If we wanted to pay a visit, where exactly would we need to go?
Well, she just lives up the hill. Her house has a red roof. She stays with several girls. But I believe she's the only one on leave today, so it would be just her at the house.
Would she know us?
She's probably seen at least Aregion and you, maybe, and probably Cord.
Okay.
I feel like I know the name, but don't know her that well.
Just I was wondering if we need to ask the madam for any kind of token or something we could identify ourselves to know so she knows who we are.
Yeah.
That we come as friends.
Well, if you wish to pay her a visit, I see no problem in that.
One more thing.
Yes.
Did you notice any other strange or first-time patrons come in recently after he did?
There were
Anyone
several.
anyone worth noting?
There were several, all wearing similar cloaks. But I did not see their faces.
Any idea what they spoke to the girls about? Or the boys?
My girls and boys didn't say anything to me, so...
Just out of curiosity. Sorry, I
click.
just wanted to ask
Oh,
if there was
sure.
any particular person they seemed to favor. Do they tend to favor your blondes, perhaps, or your boys? These cloaked figures.
They didn't really seem to favor anyone. Not to my knowledge, no.
Almost
With
like they weren't truly interested in anyone there.
Did the cloaks have any markings on them?
No, just standard black.
About how long have you been getting patrons with these black cloaks?
Really, just within a week.
Oh, so this is a recent development.
Are they paying customers?
Some. Others just come in, order an ale, and drink, and then leave.
No talk of how they showed up, how they arrived.
I mean, they arrive just as any other. Although I would
Would-
assume less enthusiastic to get on the horn.
Nothing particular about the vessel or
Would-
nothing about the crew.
Oh, I've not seen any ships, or if they claim to be from a ship.
Would the barkeep possibly be able to tell us anything more about what they look like?
You could probably ask him.
One last thing. Have you heard any news from Terra?
Oh, Terra. Oh, yes, plenty. We've had a couple merchants come in from Armesia.
What's the word?
Armesia started a war with the entire continent.
Armesia started it.
Aye.
Seems out of character for this all.
Well, according to my knowledge, the Sultan just decided that he wanted nothing to do with any races beyond human. Makes me glad I'm not there.
Aye.
Indeed.
Something about a grand cleansing?
Another one.
Not again.
I turn away from that.
And how have the other kingdoms reacted?
Well, according to the word, Adalas is against it. Cordova is against it. So Amicia is fighting a war on two fronts.
Is Varia taking a side?
Varia is Varia. But
Anything for gold?
they seem to also be against it.
Hmm.
I mean, being the fact that they're all non-human, pretty sure they would be against it. Also heard that all the Leonin were wiped out as well.
It's an entire race gone.
Genocide. Makes me think of 100 years ago.
Bastards are at it again.
So there's no prior provocation to this?
According to my knowledge, no.
Where's the fighting happen? Has the fighting made it to Cordova yet?
Apparently Cordova's in a stalemate.
Do
The
pardon
army-
me, I have no interest in politics, and I'll leave the room to go talk to the barkeep.
Okay.
I'll come with you.
I'm also gonna go because more talk of a cleansing is just upsetting me.
So Bane and Sigib remain? Well, they say that Cordova's in a stalemate. Amicia will not invade, and Cordova will not attack outright, waiting for the first one to make the first move.
There's been no fighting? At least on any large scale? I heard news on the docks that one of the Margraves of Cordova died. Is it not in the fighting?
Margraves is dead.
I'd heard something from one of the harbormen who was unloading some kind of cargo. I guess they're wondering what to do now that they've got a dead man's cargo on their hands, and they might not be getting paid for it. Seems like they might keep it.
Perhaps. I haven't heard news of that yet.
It's odd. I'd assume he would have died fighting, but so be it.
Well, the war efforts of Amicia and the complete character change of the Sultan is no concern to me. But if you wish to know more and I find out more, I will tell you.
Okay. I guess at this point I will join the others heading to the bar.
Bane, are you going to go with Sigib, or are you going to stay behind and ask another question?
No, I'm gonna slip out with him as well.
All right, so Iris, Cord, and Aregion, you're first down to the bar, and you see a Goliath just wiping down the bar.
Oh, how I do like my big men as I slide up to the bar.
Oh,
Hello.
hello.
I was hoping to catch a word if I could, perhaps a drink as well.
Sure. Here you are.
Thank
Some
you.
of my finest grog.
Ah, thank you.
My
Smells
cup
so
was already full, so.
You're good. Smells groggy. Appreciate it. Ah.
Oh, I do have groggy grog.
Bet you're quite
Name's Joffrey. Nice to meet
Joffrey.
you.
Joffrey. Iris. It's a pleasure.
Well, what is it that I can help you with?
Hey, so mostly I was coming over to stare at those arms, but
Don't you gonna make me blush?
oh, but maybe I want you to.
When Goliath blush, it's not a good thing. It makes us look all funky.
Oh, I think you look perfect just the way you are, darling. But
They hard to
I was
get.
I was hoping to see if those darling eyes of yours happen to see anything funky going on with the men in the black cloaks coming around.
Oh, the men in the black cloaks. Oh, they
Right.
they weren't very nice to me. No, they said a lot of mean things, and
Oh.
They didn't even leave a tip.
Wow.
It was pretty awful, I will say. They kept saying something about omen this, omen that. I don't know what that is.
Oh, no, that's understandable. Perhaps their omen was that they're going to get run over by a carriage for how mean they were being.
Not that I would wish that upon anybody, but it would be kind of funny.
Just a little bit. My friends here, they're very interested in this omen thing. Would you mind telling them a thing or two while I drink my wonderful grog?
Well, of course, anything for you, pretty lady.
Thank you very much. And I'll start
Pour
drinking
one for
my...
me too, good man.
I'll take one as well. Thank you very much.
Of course. You know what? You all been so nice to me. It's on the house.
Oh, thank you. That's wonderful. You're such a nice
Honey,
man.
Pours you all a cup of grog.
I've been here before. I would know how much they usually charge, right?
Yeah, it's no more than like a silver piece.
So how much would it be for a round for all of us?
Would be 5 silver pieces.
Okay, we're doing a 10 silver
Yeah.
to gold conversion. Okay, just curious.
It's on the house. I'd rather have it right here at the bar, if that's okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Catman's funny.
I'm gonna lean into him and ask, you wouldn't happen to serve powder here, would you? Or
Powder,
know where I could
like for
store
guns?
some? No.
No. I don't know what other kind of powder you're talking about, besides the one for guns.
I figured a lot of the men who stopped in here would take it. It's white, usually taken via the nose.
White powder? Oh, those men in the black cloaks. They were sniffing all kind of white powder.
Just out in public?
Right on me bar.
Well, that's not very nice of them.
Did they leave any behind?
It had a weird smell, so I cleaned it off.
They didn't leave any behind. Or you don't have... Did you throw away the rag that you used to clean it?
I did. It smelled funky, so I got rid of it. The madam likes it when my rags don't smell funky. If it smells like ale, it's fine, because I serve ale, I serve grog. It's fine.
These men didn't give you any kind of trouble?
Oh, they were mean to me. They were very mean
rude.
to me.
Very rude?
Do
Did
you know where they...
But just very rude. You didn't see them acting a certain way
They
after.
didn't even pay a tip.
So they're cheapskates. Did they have any distinguishing facial characteristics? Did they
Couldn't
have a
see
big
because of the
nose?
cloaks.
So the cloaks were covering draped over the entire face.
Entire face. The only thing I saw was white powder go in and nothing come out.
Could you tell if they were elves, humans?
Not that I could tell. There was they definitely were halflings, I tell you that. They were too tall.
Did they say where they got the powder?
Weren't gnomes either.
And these were all men?
If
What you
one
could
was
tell?
a lady, one didn't talk like a lady.
Did they say who they bought that powder from?
No. When I told them to get it off my bar, they just told me to shut the fuck up. I don't know what that means. I don't know what fuck is and where to shut it.
You do know where you work, right?
What?
There's
I do know
quite a
where I
lot of
work.
it-
I work in a brothel.
That's where a lot of fucking happens.
The
where they
room's
make-
upstairs.
It's where they make
Sometimes on the
broth.
tables.
So they want me to shut the girl's legs?
Probably.
No.
That's a weird
no.
request. The
They
madam
get-
tells me I'm not
they-
allowed to do that.
They get this way. I apologize.
No,
Oh.
a
I
brothel
don't
is where they,
understand.
a brothel is where they make broth.
I think we're getting a
Let's not
little
confuse
off
this one, guys.
topic. Little off topic.
Were they mean to you before they put the powder in their nose?
They didn't say anything to me before that except asking for grog. And then they sniffed the white powder and then they told me to shut the fuck up.
Were they talking to any of the girls while they were here?
A lot of the girls and the boys tried to talk to them. But
Any of them working now?
No. They're not here. Said they had to take a sick day.
Considering how loud all of these omen blokes' mouths seem to be, I think I might go look for some prospects if you gents don't mind, and I'll finish off my ale, slam it on the bar, and I don't know, I'll go for one of the male people.
Male people?
The male people.
The male folk.
You see, you want just the first one that catches your eye?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, there is a platinum-skinned high elf.
Okay.
Who's just like, hello.
Why, hello there. Aren't you as beautiful as the sheen on the ocean? I'd like to ask you a few questions in private, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, private is what I do.
All right, and you'll see me wander off with this elf.
Just watch as they go by.
I'll look at everyone and give them like a wink and like a thumbs up as I walk past.
Yeah, I'm scoring.
Yeah.
Wear a hefty bag.
I always wear protection. Don't worry.
I wasn't talking to you.
Wow.
Are we following her? Are we still back with us?
If you wanna
I wouldn't be following her. No. I meant the narrative.
No.
So
we're gonna go up and watch
All right,
you
guys.
guys.
You're cut off.
On that
Are we gonna grade what's going on right now?
Are we gonna follow?
No more grog for him.
guys, we're gonna be like ears to the door. Guys, can you hear any information being given?
I am vetoing that right now.
No, all you're gonna hear is,
Hey, barkeep, come here. Do you know what this is? No. But no, I'm saying it's not. Are we picking up where they went, or are we still where we are at the bar? We're not literally following.
no, we are not. The camera is not following.
I'm not that damn nosy.
We're not gonna intrude on that.
We're not gonna
That's a
pan
private
up.
moment.
Yeah.
Elves going wild?
It would be if I wasn't an elf.
I have to ask the barkeep did you see them leave? Do you know anything about where they were going? Did you overhear anything like that with them being around the bar?
Well, they left real fast, and then they said something about what did they say? I can't remember.
Oh.
So
Maybe we
the
should
fact that I didn't really recognize what the powder was, that tells me that it's probably relatively new.
Yeah, probably.
Because I mean, being a pirate, you probably, you'd recognize most mind-altering substances. Is there anyone I or Aregion or anyone else would know that would peddle something like that? Or would know where to find it?
Has there been anything like this around? Like, is this place like known? Does it have a lot of like substance trade like that? Like, is there the guy to go to that would know about that?
Not that you know.
Okay. Not that I would know, because I'm assuming Aregion does. We'll drink, but not typically partake in that.
Is there someone Bane would know of?
I don't think I've told anyone else about the powder yet. But I guess here at the bar, I'll tell you guys. I can tell you guys, like, those powder kegs that we unloaded, that one sailor seemed really antsy about. They weren't all powder, or they weren't all black powder. There was some kind of narcotic that was cut in there. It looks like they might not have been innocent merchantmen. It looks like they might have been smugglers. They were due for Cordova. Nobody seems to know what it is.
Wonder if the
Odd.
captain did.
Weird, but
Barkeep, do you know of any that might know about such substances around here?
I've never seen this kind of powder before.
You don't know of anyone that would peddle anything like this?
No.
Have there been any other new patrons besides these cloaked figures in the past 2 days?
I don't know.
Would you say you're a good judge of character?
Oh, I could tell when people are nice people. You people are nice people.
Hmm.
Even though you're all black and white.
Hmm.
Which
Yes,
is
we don't
interesting
hold that
interesting
against
to
him.
me.
It could be. You know what? The trouble, you know what? Yes. Remind me to tip him a gold piece at the end.
I've
I
already
was-
got one in hand.
I was going to as well, for the record. Yeah, as soon as he said he wasn't, as soon as he said how mean they were, I was definitely gonna tip him. So yeah, I got a gold piece for him as well.
Oh, this barkeep's gonna make a killing.
I feel like this informational well has run dry. Maybe we should
I was thinking that as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
hit up the lady who
We-
had the
we need
encounter.
Who's up the road?
We need
No?
to check.
What
on
lady are you gonna go visit?
Georgiana.
Georgiana?
Georgiana.
Oh, Georgiana, she's nice. She's a nice lady.
Mhm.
She makes a lot of noise, but she's a nice lady.
Bane blushes and tries to hide it in the mug.
I assume that enough time has passed.
Yeah.
Like, I come down, like, I'm adjusting my hair, like, straightening out my clothes.
I was totally about to say when we leave, I was gonna be like, and Aregion goes upstairs to see what's going. I was like, no, I can't do it. Can't do it.
Remind me to come back and patronize this establishment. I kind of like their wares.
Oh, nice lady had a good time. It's always good to see when people have a good time here.
I had just as good of a time talking to you, though, so don't you worry.
Don't. Thank you.
It seems, of course. So it seems like we're off.
Thank you for what you
So
can
I'm going
tell
to take
us.
a gold piece, lay it down
Yep.
on the counter for him, say.
Yep. So
For the drinks and for helping us.
Yep.
Oh,
likewise.
thank you. Wow, this is a lot of gold pieces. Wow. The
You make sure
madam's
you
gonna
keep it for
be
yourself.
very, very happy about this one. She
Well,
gonna
those are
tell
just
me
for
I did a
you.
good job.
Just for you. Don't share them with
Keep the
the house.
extra
They're
for you.
just for you.
For me,
Mm-hmm.
Half for the drinks, half for you.
wow. That's a lot of gold for me.
Don't spend it all in one place, buddy.
You deserve every copper.
I'm gonna go to the bakery and get a lot of pastries.
Good idea.
I have a sweet tooth.
I love him.
Just please, God, avoid any of the white powder.
Or maybe.
And the next day he's dead.
Oh
White powder everywhere. Everywhere.
I was
no!
gonna
Not our
say,
favorite barkeep.
buy time upstairs.
I'm sorry. What was his name again? What was your name again, sir?
Joffrey.
Joffrey. Hey, cool Joffrey. What do you know?
I had to make a good Joffrey.
Gotta have a cool
There was a
Joffrey.
really bad one.
It's
Well,
only
I
a-
had to offset the balance by
It's
making
only
it
a matter of time.
extremely good.
he is
Well-
enough to make up for the bad.
IRL, Joffrey is actually my real middle name.
Oh, really?
Really, I've never heard of anyone named
Scooterdust.
Joffrey.
He's been doxxed.
It's technically Jeffrey, Geoffrey.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you all leave the brothel and you begin.
Thank you, Joffrey.
You're
Thank you,
welcome. Come
Bye,
again.
Joffrey.
Bye.
Don't ever shut the fuck up.
I still don't know what that means. I don't know.
I'll blow him a kiss.
Please don't take what I said seriously about following people into the rooms.
I mean, it's up to you.
And I'll just never mind.
Have fun
Anyway.
visiting the lady.
Take care, Joffrey.
Do we
And
stand
so
a
you-
chance?
You think it'll work? It would take a miracle. Bye. That's what I was going for. So you head out of the brothel and you start making your way downtown. Faces past. You're that
Homebound?
lady's homebound.
Oh, okay.
So it's gonna take you about 30 minutes to get to Duntra proper, basically away from the ports and into like the settlement nearby. And you come to the house with the red roof. And
Everyone be on your guard.
Right.
If those are syndicate members, they shouldn't be that loose-lipped.
Yeah, hand's not quite there, but the hand is around the sword, like not ready to draw it, but yeah.
I would like to cast See Invisibility, please.
Okay, you do so, and as you do so, there's nothing revealed to you.
How long does it stay up for? I'd like to be able to see inside the house with it too, if possible.
I believe
1 hour, it says.
Yep, I was just gonna say.
Yeah,
last one.
I was gonna ask if I could check to hear if there were any voices inside, or
Are there any lights on? Smoke coming from the chimney? Anything that
Um,
makes us think that the home is currently occupied?
There is smoke coming from the chimney.
What color is it?
What color is the smoke?
Mm-hmm.
Traditional smoke color.
Okay.
I mean, for you, it's gray.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the color of the smoke may indicate something else is burning. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not dark, it's just
so
light
obviously
grey.
someone is there, or it has been left on. So there's nothing that can be seen through the windows.
Left on.
Yeah,
Oh, I left
just
on
left
my
on.
chimney.
Just left on. Yeah.
Does it? Well, hold on. Does it seem like it's like a full roaring fire that's being tended, or is it a small amount of smoke, like one is smoldering out?
It's a good question. It is not exactly like a freshly just made fire, but it's not quite smoldering either. It's about
Is
halfway
it-
through the burn.
Is it a iron pipe chimney or a full brick chimney?
Full brick chimney. Not a lot of metallic structures. Be with the fact that there's a lot of sea air and stuff like that. Be a lot of rust.
And I guess we don't see any horses, mounts, wagons, anything like that in front of the house.
No.
No sources of water, like a well in the back, or
Not at the house. No, that there's a town. There is a separate residential square for that. It's kind of like a town square, but it's more for the residential area.
So there's nothing else of note immediately surrounding the residence. There's like
Correct.
nothing to take note of. Okay,
Correct.
just that the chimney's been left on, as I so expertly worded. I don't know why I said left. I left going is what I meant to say.
Somebody also asked about the windows.
Yes,
They are
we both did.
they are curtained.
Mm. Can I hear anything from out there where we are? What's the building made of?
It's made of stone and wood.
Okay. Could I hear anything through those walls?
If you want to get closer, you can attempt a perception check.
I will definitely do that.
I'll say to the group as he's doing that. It seems a bit odd.
Ethel
to have
stands
all
with
of
us
your
as well, right?
curtains.
Yeah, Athelstan's with us.
Yes,
I would assume Athelstan didn't go into the brothel, but yeah.
he probably waited outside.
Yeah, he's probably chasing chickens outside or something.
Does he seem on edge? Any weird behavior we noticed from him?
You notice he's sniffing a lot. Just
Got any powder on his nose?
no.
Not you too, boy. And slowly but sure.
Wrist writ is crazy.
Wrist writ is rusting. So, should I have me check it or him check it? Could he?
You both?
Could he detect?
Yeah.
Oh, I could technically do that, right?
I mean, he would hear and smell things with advantage.
Yeah.
And Iris, you said you were sticking with the group, and you said something.
Yeah, just it's a little odd that someone would have all of their curtains drawn in the middle of the day. Who's checking the windows?
It was me and Reggie.
Yeah.
Chordicus, would you mind going around back and seeing if anything's funky?
Okay.
Don't linger too long.
No, not too long. Just a good look.
Don't try going inside, not yet.
So, perception or insight?
Check.
Perception.
I'll tell him to check the back lock. I'm going to check the front.
Yeah, so Aregion's already checking.
I was going to say, wouldn't I technically be giving the orders here?
Well, you were doing something.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. But I was just like, wait a second.
Perception check from Aregion and Athelstan, and then perception check from Chordicus, and a perception check from from Sigib.
Oh, not good.
On the lock.
Okay.
4.
Perception was 8 for me. I'm gonna roll Athelstan's.
All right, you're not hearing anything.
9.
The lock doesn't seem to have been tampered with.
Doing a perception check for. It is. Is this on top of his already? It's not passive, right?
His +6.
His +6. Okay, he's got a 12.
And he has advantage, doesn't he? So did you roll twice?
Yeah. So
No, I did not.
Roll twice and pick the highest.
Thank you for that. Both 6. So 12.
So. Sigib, go ahead and check the lock.
I rolled a 4.
Okay. It looks like a lock.
Sure is a lock.
Does Sigib look like he's confused at the lock, or
Yes.
can I go up and kind of gently move him out of the way and have a look myself?
Sure.
Alright, what am I rolling again, sorry?
Perception.
Alright.
Cord, though, when you're inspecting the lock, doesn't look like it's tampered with, and you touch it just to check, and the door.
I got 16.
The lock has been broken. When you do a deeper inspection of it, it's been broken.
I'm gonna turn around and be like, "It's been broken," and kind of whisper to them before turning back around and seeing if I can push it open.
All right, gang, stealth checks.
Yeah, if you guys want to be quiet, stealth checks.
Yeah, I was gonna say. About sending in.
I have to roll
first.
at disadvantage, don't I?
Yes, you do.
And this has to count for me and Athelstan, correct?
Being a
No,
group
Athelstan
check, so long
gets
as
it on.
half of us succeed, would we be
Athelstan
okay?
is good.
Yeah, he has his own stealth check that he has to make.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Alrighty.
Okay, I'm sorry. What am I rolling for the stealth?
Your D20 plus your stealth
Okay.
modifier.
Okay.
And then if Athelstan doesn't have a stealth modifier, just use his dex.
I got a 15.
Oh, nice.
That's not
19.
too bad.
19 from you, Sigid.
Mhm.
Cord, what was your stealth roll? Cord. Scooter.
Oh.
I'm still gonna use his name. What was your stealth roll?
All right, Athelstan, calm down.
13.
Okay. Did you add your stealth modifiers? I feel like you should have way more.
I see he rolled a 3.
3 plus 10.
Oh my god.
I've been not.
Wait, did you say a 30 plus 10? Do I got the wrong?
No, he said 3 plus 10.
Oh, okay.
Every check is a 20, basically.
Yeah. Anytime I ask you to roll a check, you roll a d20.
Okay, I've got 23.
Oh, wow,
nice.
Man. And then Athelstan?
Uh,
If he doesn't have a stealth modifier, just use his dex modifier. Which I think he does have a stealth modifier.
Isn't there something about him getting to add his efficiencies?
Yes. But that's for like attacks.
Oh, okay, just attacks.
yes, he's got +7 stealth, and
Okay, so he does
so
have
he's
stealth.
so he's got 14.
Okay. All right, so you're all relatively quiet as you push open the door slightly. It just opens and you go in. And Cord, do you go in from the back? Scooter?
Yeah, I'll go from the back.
All right, so you go in through the back, and as you're all looking around, I want everybody to roll me perception check.
Is the room dark?
It is dark. The only light is from the fire.
How long were we at the like the brothel and everything?
I would say a grand total of about maybe an hour.
Well, it's a cantrip, so I could just cast. Oh, I don't know if I want to cast light.
Yeah, I wouldn't yet.
I would wait. Yeah, so let's wait.
Okay. Perception check, sir.
11 from me.
12.
Mine is
Everyone except me has dark vision.
Yeah.
16 for me.
Okay.
15.
7.
All right. If you rolled above 15, there is blood all over the place.
This feels like a setup. I'm gonna look around the room to see if my see invisibility catches anything.
There's blood.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Oh.
There's blood on the floor.
Yeah, we
There's
see blood.
people for the past week who have been saying that they're part of this thing that we're suddenly involved with. This feels like a setup.
Is it
Can
possible?
we see the entire like room and the entire floor? Are there like other rooms? Are there other stories?
There's a couple other rooms, and Cord eventually makes his way from the back and meets you all in the room.
So nothing on the first floor.
Is it possible for Athelstan to sniff out anything else?
If you want to roll perception for him, remember he gets advantage.
Oh.
Can I also roll since I have the see invisibility going on?
Yes.
Wait, so I was good to roll for him
Yes.
for perception. I have a. Do I have just a 7 if it's a 0 and a +7?
How is it a 0?
I rolled. Am I rolling the wrong one?
Roll d20.
Oh, d20 for perception. Shit.
Have you been rolling a percentile every time?
No, not a percentile. I was rolling the other one because remember I have the one that's that.
You've been rolling a d10
Oh, you've
this
been
entire
rolling a
time?
Have I been rolling
Okay.
a d10? Did you say 20? Fuck.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
every check is a 20. Basically.
That's why you've been rolling so low.
Oh shit, dude.
Fucking roll better than me.
I've been
by
doing
the
it
way.
right and I've been rolling better. Anyways, okay, d20 for
And he's
that.
got advantage, so you roll twice and pick the higher.
So yeah, he's got 19 for that.
Okay. He starts sniffing around and he's following into a different room. And what was your perception, Iris? You don't see anything. No invisible person. And following Athelstan, he ruff, ruff, ruff. And following him, you find the corpse of a courtesan.
Would we recognize?
We don't know if it's her or
Gianna?
not. Yeah.
based on what
Well, you can't see it. He still can't see it, right?
Well, yeah, Sigib can't see it, but based on what the madame had essentially described her as, or yada yadaing her description,
Okay.
she would have told you, you're looking at the body of Georgiana.
I want to, while they're dealing with her, I'd like to look around the rest of the floors. I'm going to be as careful as I can to not step in blood.
I'm gonna see if she has anything immediately around her, like murder weapon, any kind of something on the floor. Does she have anything around her? Do I need to roll for that too?
Yeah, perception.
Okay.
Would-
Have these
Gonna-
have these been D20, by the way?
Yes, every check
This
that I
whole
asked for
time?
is D20. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I thought you said D10 at one point.
I would ask Bane to come with me, by the way. Just
Okay, that's 22 for me.
There's those high rolls. You don't notice any like murder weapon or anything around, but it looks like she had been stabbed multiple times, and then her throat was slit.
Is it possible to discern how long she's been dead for?
That'd be a medicine check.
Who has the?
I don't. I have +0.
I have plus
mine's
4.
2.
I have +4.
I don't even know if I can still tell if I can see what's going on. Like, have I puzzled out what's going on, at least in like the tiny little bits of sunlight that have come through the curtains?
Are we like telling you everything that's happening?
You can smell the death.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can
so
smell.
it's
Okay.
long enough to smell.
Okay, Stevie Wonder.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, long enough to decay enough that it would be smelling. Can I do a medicine check? I mean,
Absolutely.
I don't know if same deal.
Yeah.
11. Only 11.
From what you can tell, she has been dead since last night.
Can we discern what direction her throat was cut? Because a left to right cut and a right to left cut are distinctly different.
Oh, you want to see like if they were left or right-handed?
Basically, yes.
It was a left to right cut.
So assuming they was unexpected when they were cut.
So it's possible.
But again, she was stabbed multiple times, and
Okay,
you
fair
can't
enough.
conclude whether they were post-mortem or not.
Yeah.
But assuming that it's left to right, it was
left.
either, yeah, it was either it was a left to right cut, so like it wouldn't go like that. They would either go like that, or they would come up behind her.
I rolled a natural 20 to search the rest of the house.
Okay, as you're going through, it seems that a couple rooms away, that's where the most blood is. So you can probably discern that this is where she was initially stabbed,
Okay.
and she went from that room into a different room, and then into the next room, and that was where she finally expired.
Was a fight
As if she was
sort of.
trying to get away, or was she
Yeah.
being dragged around?
As she was trying to get away.
So
She
like
wasn't- she wasn't
tossed
placed there.
furniture or anything?
Yeah, there's tossed furniture in this other room, and there seems to be like coagulations of like piles and stuff. But what you can also see is that there's traces of powder on the wall.
You were talking about powder, Sigib. Come look in here.
At this point, I'm going to go ahead and cast light on my head again. So I can see. Because, I mean,
now
they
that
finished searching the house and they haven't found anyone, right?
Yes, correct. And now that light is illuminating, you get to see more firsthand that of the amount of blood that is here. and there's the coagulations that are being pooled in the blood. It's the powder that has been soaked by the blood, and it's like in a pile, and it's just like it's soaking up the blood. And there's white powder on the walls, and it looked like it originated from a table. Well, because a table is like has got like a smear of the powder on it, and there are tracks leading to the back door.
I don't
Out.
I don't mean to burst a bubble here, but I think we might need to go talk with the madam again.
At least let her know what we found.
Oh no, not for that. She said that Georgiana took the day off, but how did Georgiana take the day off if
she's
you
been
guys-
dead since last night? Yep, good point.
Aside from that, I want to look through the table, see if there's any documents that would make sense, make it like seem if there's anything missing.
Just to double check, I would also like to see if there's any like nightstands, wardrobes. See if there's any signs of burglary. Like, did they leave valuables behind? Was it?
Yeah.
Or
I want to make sure she has nothing on her as well. Like
I want to check the
nothing.
body to see if she has any of the powder on her.
Yeah, or anything in her pockets, anything that might give us some kind of clue.
Any kind of calling card or another note.
Yeah, nothing in her hands, I assume. Nothing. She wouldn't have anything.
Will you help me look through this room, Bane?
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, so both of you roll investigation. Sigib, go ahead and roll me investigation on the body. Okay.
9.
I got an 11.
Are you sure you're not all rolling d10s?
No, I'm straight up just clicking.
Yeah.
DVR. There's no way.
It's a 9 for him.
All right. So as you guys are searching, Georgiana has powder all over her body, meaning that she either could have,
took a tumble across that table,
ingested some, or took a tumble across the table.
Both.
Or both. It's unclear. As for stuff in like the wardrobes, nightstands, and any other drawers and stuff, they're kind of just tossed all over the place. And there is like a beautiful like necklace embedded with jewels that is still just there.
So clearly this wasn't a robbery.
No. Did she have any like defensive wounds on arms?
She does have a few defensive wounds on the arms. She tried to fight.
They probably didn't catch her by surprise.
Yeah, it seemed that that based on the way the lock was broken, it was broken when she tried to lock the door. So like, because like there are pieces of the door that weren't broken, but just a piece of the lock was broken off. It was like in mid-lock they kicked the door in. So that's how that lock was broken. And the back door was just open.
So she was followed in from the street.
Perhaps. But
what's the guard situation like in Duntra?
It's more of like a militia.
I mean, would they investigate if we notified them? Would they interrogate neighbors?
I was gonna say, can we ask a neighbor?
Iris, go ahead and roll me a perception check real quick.
Absolutely. Thank God. 19.
You see Bane pocket the necklace.
I won't say anything yet. I think that the longer we stay here, the worse that we're going to get. I think we need to get back and speak to the madam, and I think we need to try to leave things as intact as we possibly can.
Yeah, we sure as hell don't want to be found here.
Exactly.
We'll have the madam alert the guards.
Yeah.
Have them call CSI.
Actually, I think it might be best if we alert the guards. Because
Would make sense if she's
she
She'd have to
pointed
say
us
she
in
sent
this
someone to check.
direction. She pointed us in this direction. If we suddenly go back and ask her to, she could frame us easily.
True.
Plus, you don't want the people saying that we were there beforehand before we even talked to the guards. So because that would look pretty fishy.
Exactly. I do think we should close off all the exits that we've been through, make it look as natural as possible. But I do also think that we should alert the guards first.
I agree with that.
All right. So who's going to close the front door?
Who is still downstairs? Well, I guess I went back down to look at the body, so me, Aregion, and Cord would be downstairs?
Yeah, I think I'd still, yeah.
I would
I guess would Iris have come down by this point?
Iris is up with Bane, who gives Bane a look, doesn't say anything, and then goes downstairs.
I mean, pirate.
So I
All
guess,
right. So as you guys go to close the front door, there are 5 militiamen out there.
Fuck.
Fucking knew it. I knew it was a setup.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
Let me handle this. Hello, gentlemen. I'm sorry to bother you. We were just checking on our friend. I would like to roll persuasion.
That would be a deception.
Fair.
Can I assist her with that deception in any way?
We were checking on her. She's not really our friend. We were checking on her.
Let me roll this because I get a double on my perception. My proficiency bonus is doubled for my deception.
So is I have a +7.
How do I roll this?
If you want to assist in the lie and try to, make it sound better, that will give her advantage.
18.
Yeah, I have expertise in deception too.
So if you want to assist in the lie,
I
you
believe
have to add something to it.
I believe I do not.
Okay, so I'm roll for deception.
Well, you have to. This is the role play part, and she gets to roll advantage with assisting.
No, mine did. Yeah, deception definitely not.
So how do you add to help me out, Cord?
Well, considering that I am a humanoid cat that's only perceived in black and white, I'm assuming my appearance takes them for a little bit of a loop. And I guess it causes a little bit of confusion as to why they're seeing this when everything else is in color.
Okay. Okay. So what did you roll? 18?
18. Would you
roll again?
Okay.
And if it's lower, take that number.
Okay. 16.
Okay. Remember, Cord, you have the black mark.
Okay.
People are automatically going to be distrusting of you.
Oh, shit.
You're too used to being around the captain.
Yeah.
It's too late for you to hide it or something, I guess.
Yep. I appreciate you wanting to assist. Normally, it's a good thing.
Damn.
Why do I have such high deception?
You've deceived yourself.
Wait, can I just wear a glove?
You are perceived in grayscale. That's part of the black mark.
He's a cat.
I mean, wouldn't technically fur grow like out of cover?
Oh, checking on your friend, eh? Well, then I
Indeed.
suppose you wouldn't mind us coming in then.
Well,
Where
we
is
were
your
actually coming to get you. She's been murdered. The door's blocked. Please come in.
Oh, she's been murdered. So
Yes.
before you were... Okay, all right.
We were coming to check on her. We found her in her state, and we were coming to get you.
They have their hands on their swords. do not move.
Absolutely.
You run, we'll have a problem.
Absolutely.
Can I hear
come
what's
in-
going on through the door?
Yeah, you would.
Okay. I'm
And
still
So
inside.
who-
Oh, that's
Who's
right, because
outside,
we are
who's
technically.
inside?
Yeah, I was gonna say who is out and who's in.
As they pass by, they just glare at Cord as they walk by.
Can I do the Puss in Boots eyes thing?
No, because
Damn
one
it,
of it's
I-
covered
I-
by your emo bangs.
Ah, I should have thought of that first.
Damn my emo bangs.
So-
And then the other militia, get those curtains open, and they
Oh, are they inside yet?
yeah,
Oh,
they're walking inside.
Yeah, you said they walked
Okay.
past him. Yeah.
I think Sergeant was trying to say something.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead, Sarge.
I was just asking, was it me, Reggie, and Sigib inside?
Everybody's inside, but you're still currently upstairs if you didn't go downstairs yet.
Can I try to fake cry?
Absolutely, performance.
Performance or deception?
I'm gonna go with performance on this one.
I heard that they were trying to lie through the door, I guess. So can I try to contribute to this lie, like when they walk in, it's like, thank thee, O Father, you're here.
I got a 16.
The madam sent us
Better than I thought I was going to do.
to check on one of our girls, and she's dead. Try to just contribute to the lie.
All right. Okay. Roll deception. And you're going to get advantage because Bane is crying. And his pretty convincing cry just... "Oh, Georgiana, no!"
First one's a 22.
So much blood.
Huh?
First one's a 22. Second one's an 8.
So 22.
Yeah.
Oh, the madam sent you. Oh, well. Well, we'll do our investigation and we'll see what's what and everything. And based on what we find, we may have you report back to the madam so that you can tell her that one of her girls is dead. Or we may have to take you to the stockade.
We were planning on going to tell her right after we called you, so we're more than willing to go talk to her.
Right.
But-
And as they're investigating and they're looking at all of you.
Honey, there's no use crying. Come here.
I lean in and do the
It's okay. It's okay.
blowing my nose on her shoulder.
I'll whisper in your this coat's fucking expensive. Don't get your boogers in my coat. It's okay, darling. It's okay.
And every other second,
I just made.
pick it up.
Oh, God.
Yeah, my hat is still a beacon of light throughout all this, so.
They're also in there like this now. Oh shit. I'm just
show
making.
up.
I'm just making sure Athelstan's behind me because I don't want him to sense any aggression from them or them from him. So, not that he would.
They keep investigating, and a couple guys look over, and they're just like, "That's uncomfortable." Just like watching Bane cry so much. It's like I get it. Yeah, she's
They
dead,
were-
but oh my god.
They were friends. Calm down. How insensitive, men.
just a turn away from that into like Sigib's blinding fucking light.
I could dismiss it, but I'm choosing not to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, Bane needs to
Now I'm doing it out of spite.
Well,
No, what
Bane
they
needs
asked
to
me is like,
hydrate.
how could I have snuck up behind someone and killed them when I'm...
Yeah, look at this shit, man.
Well, Bane need to hydrate. Afterwards.
All right. Well, there's a bit more investigating we need to do. Take them down to the stockade.
Fuck.
Can we at least go tell the madam first? You're welcome to come with us, but this
Can we
is one
stop-
of her girls.
Can we stop on the way? Yeah.
No, just follow the men down to the stockade.
Please,
If you
she
try
was
to
one.
run, if you
was
try
one
to
of-
run, you will be hanged.
She was friends with one of the girls. Please.
We'll buy you a blizzard.
Persuasion.
Thank
Well, actually,
you.
no. Still deception, but
Damn it!
Okay.
'Cause I was gonna add to that. I was gonna be like, can I add to that?
You can add to it.
Come on,
Yeah.
Digidice 24.
No, you got it. You got this. I believe.
Fine.
Thank you.
Have them stop off with the madam and then take them to the stockade.
Of course.
How many of the militiamen come with us?
3.
How many in total did you say there were again?
5.
5. Okay.
So,
On the way to
Uh,
the brothel, do they recruit any more help?
They, as they pass by, there's a couple other militiamen. They're like, "There's been a murder up at the girl's house. Go."
Oh, so they sent them
Gianna's
up to
been
the
murdered.
house.
And so more of the militia are heading up to the house.
is it possible to bribe the ones that are taking coming with us to the madam?
You can try.
Probably wouldn't recommend it because
I don't want any part in that. I don't
Yeah,
want
'cause
any
the other
part
ones
in
are
that,
gonna-
for the record.
Are gonna come back and check for it.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
They're gonna find that they're buying drinks at the bar. Hey.
Well, I was going to say, could we buy them time at the brothel to give
Do you
us
wanna-
time to talk to the madam and then get the hell out of there?
Up to you.
Well, while
Hmm.
we're on the way, I would like to wrap a little copper wire around my pinky. And I would like to cast Sending.
Okay.
And I would like to cast Sending to the captain. And
All right.
I'm going
You've
to
got
mutter
25 words.
gonna mutter under my breath, Captain, Madam framed us for murder. We're going to the brothel, but they're taking us to the stockade. If you have time, please help.
Well done.
That was a great use of sending.
Absolutely.
If you can,
And then I'll-
Captain. If you can.
And I'll take it off my pinky and put it back in my pocket.
Very good.
You hear a reply. I leave for 2 hours. And you're already causing trouble. Why would the madam frame you for murder? Never mind. I will find you soon.
Okay. I will, I'm not going to indicate anything to anyone around me because that could be real freaking bad. But I will mutter under my breath in Celestial, thank God for talking spells.
Do any of us speak Celestial?
I'm trying to remember if I do. That's exactly what I was just wondering.
I don't.
I don't think I do.
I don't think any of you speak.
I don't
Celestial.
think I do. No.
Hold on. You
Nope.
speak. Oh, you speak Celestial in common. That's it. Shit.
That's it. I could try to cast tongues, but I don't want to risk doing another spell.
One of the militiamen says, "You say something?"
No, just muttering to myself, cursing about how annoying this is, that's all.
And they keep bringing you along. You arrive at the brothel, and the madam is just like, "Oh, hello, boys. Hello, you."
Georgiana called off, huh?
Would I have noticed the copper wire? Because I feel like being the other caster, I would be the one to pick up on spell components. I still wouldn't know what was said, but would I have known that she cast it?
Arcana.
$13.
Probably not.
I was gonna ask if
I was looking for a 15 on that one.
I was gonna ask if any of us knew that she would do that in case of emergency. Like, was that gonna be like a last resort kind of? Like
Again, she's more new to the crew, and
Yeah.
situations like
Plus
this
6
haven't
in
happened.
Arcana. Like,
As far as you all know, I'm a doctor.
That's
The only
true.
one who would
True.
know more about my skills would be the captain.
didn't you just tell
Um,
the crew that you're not going to use your magic to heal them of syphilis?
I did, but that's lesser restoration, which is a healing
True.
spell.
We wouldn't know about sending. I would at least know you are a caster, though.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
yeah.
say something.
I'm not hiding that at all. But
Yes,
I
she-
literally.
She
I'm probably still
told me-
snuffling,
okay.
and I'm gonna kind of look up at her and go, "How could she have called off work if she's dead?" And then start crying again.
Oh, hush, hush, it's okay.
Yeah.
Georgiana's dead.
Fucking insight check immediately.
Okay, roll it.
I also do not believe that.
Yeah. I also. Yeah.
Natural fucking 19 for a 21, baby.
Okay.
I mean,
That
you
is-
can
that
message
is-
me.
That is still that correct.
I rolled a 3.
I am highly expecting a fun DM.
That's still a 20 though, correct? D20.
Yes.
Okay.
Total of 6, but
I got. Well, that's okay because I got 24.
Thank you.
So we ain't buying that shit, madam.
I bought it.
Well, you did. Yeah.
I don't see anything. I'm still
I'm
like
looking
fake
over.
crying.
I'm looking over at Sigib like, really? You buy that shit?
It's like, oh, really, really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Hell, man, I'm convinced. Hey, guys, it's stockade time. Let's go.
Fuck, maybe we did do it.
Fuck, man, I think we are guilty.
Well, maybe we did do.
Roll credits.
So, I'm sorry, when did you say she called out?
She called out this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Lawman, would you mind, I know you're investigating, but I mean, did it look like her body was that fresh?
I'm not so good with the medical stuff.
Okay.
But what I heard the captain say was something about last night, maybe early this
Hmm.
morning, very early,
Oh, like before the sun rose, sort of early?
like before the sun rose.
Huh.
So
Oh,
before we
okay.
were here,
We weren't even in town. You can confirm it with our captain.
Did she call out early morning for the day?
The madam's like, now that you mention it, I believe hearing something about it when she was going home, saying that she wasn't going to be in the next day. So, I assumed
Well-
when she didn't show up, that meant she was calling off.
Okay.
Don't free my good friend.
Well, I mean, hopefully that will clear our name quite nicely then, because we came into dock about 2 to 3 hours ago.
You did?
Yes.
Didn't
you know?
They was here only a little bit earlier. They were. This is the first time I saw them today. And
That's right, Trophy.
I heard the shippy ship came in. They're on the
You got the you got
I
this.
believe in you, Joffrey.
You got this.
the courage.
There we go.
Yeah.
There it is.
You're crew of the courage of
We are.
The officers of
Aye.
the courage.
Exactly.
you serve
And-
under Irving.
Why, yeah.
No.
It'd be wise not to call him that
Don't
if
say
he
that.
shows up.
You hear click.
You done
That's not
goofed.
my fucking name. Oh, my apologies, Captain. We'll be going now.
Before she goes, can I just...
Her eyes widen. And she is clapped in manacles and taken away.
I make a little face again.
I don't like when people try to frame me for things. Unfortunately, it's not the first time. How do I keep running across such bad luck?
Somehow expected
Maybe
better,
it's
the
a company
madam.
you keep.
Somehow expected better.
Clicks the hammer back. Well, at least we found the traitor. Good, I can sleep easy.
Thank you
Maybe
for
not
getting
yet,
here so quickly, Captain.
Rounds on me.
Yes, can we buy the captain around?
Rounds on me for everyone, including Joffrey. Can Joffrey drink while he's on the job? Is that a thing?
His
Well,
boss
the-
just got arrested. He can do what the hell he wants.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
It's Joffrey's. It's Joffrey's place
Wait.
now.
The
Wait.
madam usually doesn't let me
Ah.
drink the grog.
But the
Even
but
though
the
I
madam's
want
not
to.
here. Madam's not here though. We won't tell if you won't, Jeffrey.
Hold on. I want to ask Joffrey.
I can't
one-
promise I won't
I
tell.
am your madam now, Joffrey.
I like to tell the truth. I don't like to lie, but I do want some grog right now. I'm telling the truth.
Well, you can
Jo-
just say that we begged you to do it. We begged you to do it.
Wait a minute.
Which is
Just
true.
for-
We're begging you, Jeffrey. Please.
Jo-
Please
Jo-
drink some ale.
It's Joffrey.
Jeffrey Joffrey. I have an accent. It's fine.
I'm British. Leave me alone.
Fuck off. Fuck off, will you?
That. This is probably nothing. And I'm gonna put this out there just for fun. Because Joffrey says he always tells the truth.
Oh, that's true.
Joffrey,
Yes.
you wouldn't by chance be faking your lovable demeanor, would you?
Why would I fake that?
Nah! It's okay. Another round.
Yay! More grog.
Before the festivities really kick up, I would like to take Bane aside in a corner with our drinks and ask very quietly, what does the necklace mean to you if it's so important to steal from a crime scene?
Well, I had the thought that ladies of her stature probably wouldn't have the kind of money to be buying such pretty items. So either it's an heirloom and I can sell it, or maybe she's the one who was dealing with the white powder.
Fair enough, but I wouldn't keep that a secret for very long. You know the rules. If you steal it and you're not supposed to have it and the captain finds out, it could be very bad for you.
Oh no, that's fine.
Okay. Just looking out for you. My card buddy, I can't let you get in trouble. I'm taking a drink.
How do wolves do with grog?
They probably can have it.
Okay.
Or dogs can. They can have alcohol. It's just like for people.
My dad gave my dog beer once and she walked sideways and then got very angry the next day.
That sounds good enough for me. I'm gonna get Athelstan a bowl of grog, and we're gonna share a drink outside.
A bowl of
Okay. Okay. Well, listen. The smallest bowl you have. We're not going
Joffrey's just
overboard.
like a bowl, like for soup.
No. You have anything smaller, serving size, like for
You have
nuts
a
or something
cold-
like that.
I
You have a
got
cauldron.
soup bowl. That's the kind of bowls that I got here.
You don't have a cauldron.
Okay. Don't fill it all the way.
Okay. I don't know how
something-
much that costs in silver pieces, but I'll just give it to the doggy.
Thank you, Joffrey. Thank you, Joffrey.
Do you know where we can get a new wolf
It's a nice
liver?
doggy, big doggy.
He is.
Is the captain still here for this?
The
Is he
captain's
drinking,
just
or-
like he's just sitting, and when Joffrey pours him his grog, he just grabs it.
Is he off to the side?
He's at the bar, but he downs his entire grog and just slams it.
Could he fix a jukebox just by hitting it right now?
Probably.
Mm.
But he's just like, you just see the captain just like, just kind of like, seems very irritated.
I want to sidle up to him and, like, get his attention into my pocket to show him the necklace.
So you're just like,
Yeah.
and he's just like,
Mm.
what? It's a nice piece.
Wouldn't happen to know anything about white powdered substance, would you, Captain?
Like powder.
After
Yeah.
after tending to Athelstan, I'm starting to come back in and hear all this, or go to the captain at least. I don't know if I would have overheard this.
Oh,
Why do
I'm
you
not
ask?
whispering it.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
It happened to be in the murder house, and from what someone else has mentioned, it's been somewhere else that we've been in connection to.
How do you mean?
I'm gonna look around and try and like see where Sigib is and like motion him over.
Sigib, you're being motioned over.
Oh, I'll go over there.
Come hither. That white powder. I would assume that it would be sold for large amounts of money.
If I had to take a guess, yes.
I'm then gonna do the whole sneaky like pocket thing to everyone. Well, these three. As I'm like, look what I found. Do you think maybe she was part of that?
No idea. Joffrey
They
here,
didn't visit her.
either he is the best liar in the world, or he hasn't seen that stuff before. So if she was involved, she hasn't brought it here.
He mentioned that he saw the people snorting it on his bar top.
True, but he didn't mention any of the girls.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Do you know anything about this powder, Captain?
Can't say that I do.
I'm not entirely sure,
Can you say that you don't?
but it's connected to Cordova somehow. What's
I'm off in
reason
the
why
corner
the
and I've
reason-
started playing.
The recent ship we raided, then.
correct, and I'm going to say this kind of hush just in case there's prying ears. Like, I checked the manifest. The last prize we took was destined for the Margrave. And I checked the barrels that one guy seemed really interested in not losing. It wasn't all gunpowder. It was cut with this substance. Only about half the barrel was actually powder. Weight-wise, nobody would have been able to tell the difference. Excellent place to hide it, honestly. So I think that wasn't a merchant prize we took. Or if it was, they were smuggling something on behalf of their benefactor, the Margrave. But what's odd is, according to the madam at least, he didn't die in the fighting. The war is at a stalemate. I guess, I don't know if the captain heard that there was a war, but like, it's odd to me.
According to the news I heard, he
that-
died before the fighting even started.
Okay, that's odd. Seems like a warmongering, gun-loving son of a bitch like that guy would be on the front. So if there's a war and he He didn't die in the fighting. What the hell is... What is he doing? Or what was he doing before that hobgoblin friend of ours, I guess, decided to put him 6 feet under? I don't know how it's connected, but something in my gut is telling me that the Margrave is involved, possibly with the Syndicate. They're the ones that have had this powder. I don't know if he's smuggling it, or if he was smuggling it to sell to raise funds. If he were doing it on behalf of the king, there'd be no need to smuggle it. It would just go straight through royal customs, no problem. So the Margrave was dealing under the table? Which for him isn't surprising, but
Perhaps.
I don't know what it means, but this is, like you said, we don't believe in luck. This isn't a coincidence.
Can
Go ahead, Cord.
I postulate a theory? What if the powder wasn't actually being... What if the white powder wasn't actually being hidden with the gunpowder? What if it was meant to be there? Do we know of the reaction when gunpowder and this white powder is mixed?
I mean, when I checked the powder magazine, there was nothing odd about it. At least in its current form. I don't know if there's... They wouldn't have to ship it together, though. They could still ship it separately if they were going to refine it or do something to it. Next time we're out at sea, we could try detonating some. Seeing what happens, but I don't know if that would do anything. I mean, judging by the fact that Joffrey saw them using the powder, I don't think it's going to do anything. I don't think it's a weapon.
I'm wondering if it was meant to be, though.
Maybe not a weapon that's conventional. Who knows? One thing's for certain. You're right. This is not a coincidence.
Did you learn something at your meeting?
I did.
Uh-oh.
Green Eye had a lot to say.
Can I hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
Green Eye always has a lot to say, but I assume most of it was relevant.
Good point. Apparently going back to Mythos.
Again?
Aye.
He wouldn't go back unless the Farce Hall succeeded. What kind of prize did he take?
Apparently, some tech. And he sold it to Adalas. Got a nice, hefty sum.
Now, if what we hear of Mythos is true, I imagine anything that comes from there is worth quite the hefty sum.
From what he said, it cancels magic.
I still don't know what that... Something about this still doesn't feel right for those cloaked Omen fellows to be so loose-lipped and so conspicuous. There's still something we're missing.
They might think that they've got all the balls in their court, so to speak.
For a group that's operated in the shadows so very long to come out so boldly, so quickly?
Maybe something's changed for them.
It means they've made a misstep. And we can capitalize on it.
Or they've made a feint, and they expect us to react.
Either or, I'm fine with the possibility that they've made a misstep. And not to act would be foolish. So, finish your drink, we shove off. See you back at the ship in an hour.
Here's to you, Joffrey.
If we need to go back in an hour, I still need to get the tobacco. I'll be back. I'll meet you at the ship, and I'll wander off.
Be right tobacco.
All right. So now, Iris, what are you going to do?
I am going to go get some tobacco, but I'm also going to Green Eye's ship.
The Jade Dragon.
Yes.
It is in port.
That's where I go.
I feel like I might want to join you on that. Now, for clarification, do Sigib and I, have we or have we not met?
I think we've met Green Eye. I think
we have met Green Eye. Okay. I
I
want to make sure.
I couldn't remember on the crew. You've met Green Eye. Even
I
Ford's
couldn't
met Green
remember.
Eye.
Okay. So definitely us in all these years.
Okay.
We have
So
more.
Iris,
more
you head
rapport.
over to the Jade Dragon.
I do. And
Yes, Bane?
Do you mind if I follow Iris?
Are
If
you
you
trying
wanna-
to sneak?
If you want to
No,
stealth,
no.
yes, you can.
I don't want to sneak. I just want to be like, I
You're just
don't
asking if you
want to
want
hang
to
out
come
here. I want to go with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, go check in on an old friend, so to speak.
Well, I've got a friend at the port, or the dock,
Okay.
so to speak.
If you want to come to the port, that's fine. I'm heading there after I get the tobacco, and I'll.
So Iris and Bane, you head over. You purchase the tobacco, and then you head to the port.
I would like to head straight to our ship.
Okay, so you head to the Courage.
I want to see if I noticed where the dragon is docked on the way.
The
Is
Jade
it docked
Dragon,
near us? Is it
it's
within
docked-
eyesight?
It's within eyesight. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm back on our ship just watching, but I'm going to keep an eye on the dragon.
Okay.
I walk up the plank and I don't get on the ship. I call for a ship hand.
Will I have seen this from my position?
Give me a perception check, but you have a spyglass, so.
So perception with advantage or something?
Yes.
Roll 2 1s.
17 and a 16.
All right. You see Iris walk up the gangplank and call for a ship hand. And it is Master Fancy Hat.
Oh.
I guess I would probably know him as well.
You've seen Master Fancy Hat.
His hat is very hard to miss.
It is very fancy.
Even fancier than mine.
Yes.
I am aware of him.
Yes, you know Fancy Hat.
Hi there. Where is he?
Oh, he's in his cabin.
May I?
Getting ready to shove off to our next big adventure. Yes, please, of course. Anytime.
Thank you. And I'll wander in. I'll knock on the door.
You may enter.
I open the door. Should I say this part out loud?
If you'd like.
Duh, what the fuck are you doing here?
Are you suddenly Scottish?
Because.
My dear, sweet Iris, it is good to see you.
I'll wrap my arms around him and give him a big ol' hug. In the cabin, so no one can see it.
I be going back to Mythos. I needed to meet with good old Lionheart before I set sail, just in case.
What did you tell him? Was there anything I need to be aware of? I'm trying my best, but there's a lot going on.
I told him to give you something, just in case I were not to make it back from my journey.
You're gonna make it back. You always do.
Not so sure this time.
You are. You will. No, you're not allowed to do this to me, Da. And I'll undo my braid, and I'll take off one of the coins that I've pierced with that.
Mhm.
I got all the bad luck out of this one. You're taking it with you for luck. and I'll redo my braid.
If you insist.
I do.
He takes his bandana and he ties it in there. There. I have it with me.
Good. How much did you tell him about, you know?
Your secret is still safe with me.
Again, I'm doing what I can. I did not think that I'd like it so much here. You tricked me. You put me in the place I'd actually feckin' like, and now I'm here.
I got a good eye. One good one still.
That's why I wear green. I love you, Da.
I love you too. You are the apple of my eye.
The good one or the bad one?
Be
The
safe.
good one, of course.
And before you shove off, if you want to write a letter to Ma, I'll give it to her the next time I see her.
What time is Lionheart shoving off?
In an hour.
I'll have Master BigisDickus send a missive.
Hey, Da. I love you. I'll give him a kiss on the cheek, give him another big hug, and I'll stroll out as if I had like a wily time with him for a second. Straighten myself up as I come out. I
No,
bow.
Green Eye's last name was Targaryen.
I'll fix myself up. I will bow to Mr. Fancy Hat. It was good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Be safe, okay? As always.
I'll protect him as best I can. You know how crazy he can get.
You're telling me, and I'll go off. And I'll go back to our ship.
All right, and Bane, you find who you're looking for.
I'm gonna hand him the necklace.
Oh, darling, what's this?
You know, pay a bit of bills.
It's beautiful. Oh,
Yeah,
look at the craftsmanship.
But you're selling it. You're selling it.
But I want to keep it. It's so gorgeous. Wow.
Yeah, but you've got no one to give it to.
How did you get this? Is it?
I thought we agreed that we don't ask how I get things.
Right, it's all that crazy adventure stuff you're on while your dear old pa is here working the docks, you know.
Not everyone can be a dock
Stuck
worker.
here forever and ever. And
Do you
ever.
want it to pay the bills or not?
Oh, it's so beautiful, though. You sure you don't want to keep it as a trophy?
No. I'd rather know that you're well fed.
Darling. He pinches your cheek.
Thanks.
You're so thoughtful.
Yeah, well, Mum's not around to look after you anymore.
Yes, your mom. She would love something like this. Oh. It would go really great, just with all the color she had. Oh, beautiful. I guess I'll sell it.
Good.
Are you staying in town long?
No, we're about to leave.
Oh, well, don't have me keep you. Off you go.
Yeah, alright.
Oh,
Bye.
see you again, hopefully.
As soon as she walks away from him, she starts like wiping tears away from her eyes that she was trying not to show him.
Bane, are you okay? Meet up on the dock.
Just something in my eye. It's the salty air and the smoke.
Yeah,
I'm
you know, I've
gonna go
got
inside.
it too. Probably allergies. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
And
I
as
guess
you all-
after
Oh, go ahead.
was gonna say, after watching Iris board the dragon, I would just check in with the crew, get a report, see if anything has gone on the ship, or if it's just been all quiet while we were ashore.
It's been all quiet, nothing crazy. And as you all return to the ship, you get ready to cast off, and that is where we're going to end the very first session of Legend of Arcadia episode Althea. I know at the beginning it was like, well, okay, we're starting off, we're getting going, and it's like now it's kicking in. Now we're going through. I know we went a little bit longer than I had initially said, but I couldn't find a good stopping point, and stuff kept happening. So I was like, fuck it, we're gonna keep
I
going.
didn't have to light anybody on fire.
Listen, we got more.
Yes,
We got more Joffrey time, so I'm
I
happy.
lit one dude on fire.
I'm happy.
I thought you were gonna end it on the cliffhanger after she said, "Dad, what are you doing?"
I thought so too. I thought so too.
Yeah, I'd like to earlier when I don't know if it'll make the cut, but I think you responded to it like when we were on break, and you're like, "Wow, like what a call!" Like that was me like DMing Rico privately. It's like calling it now. Green Eyes are father. Like literally the moment Lionheart said your dad was a crazy son of a bitch, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big reveal of this episode is Iris is the daughter of Captain Green Eye. Ooh,
I didn't think I could like Iris any more than I already did, but
Oh, thank you.
But I mean, also her name is Iris, like for
Yeah.
an eye.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I didn't even think.
What's funny is that is not what she had in mind when she first named her that, and then and I was like, she's like, oh, my dad's a famous pirate captain. I'm like, oh, I know who your dad is. I know who he is. I was like, it's Green Eye, and then after we were talking about it, and I was like, oh my god, an iris! Oh shit! Deep cut.
Dude,
So
it worked
good.
out perfectly. It's funny because Iris also means luck. So
That's another one. But I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope everybody here enjoyed their time. I know, like I said, there was a lot of, there's a lot of side plot of people like going around and stuff. So, it's definitely one of those kind of campaigns. It's intrigue and lots of mystery and political intrigue and all this fancy stuff going on. My first hand at trying it, so I'm glad I have such a great crew to work with when it comes to that. So I hope you all will tune in.
You're doing great.
For the next episode of Althea, because I mean we're just getting started and it's gonna be good. And who knows, we may have a live episode at the end all about Joffrey. Joffrey's apparently the new
A
Ron
Joffrey
Jenkins.
one shot.
Joffrey. It was Joffrey all along.
give me the Joffrey Snyder cut right now.
See, look, I've got an idea. It's like if the Madam ends up like arrested, we could just buy the brothel, put Joffrey in charge. Like he's not gonna escape from us, right?
oh right.
He
It's a
guys
nice
own
bit of
a brothel.
income every time we
And
drop
then-
into port.
And then we're gonna have like an unlikely suspects reveal with Joffrey, where he was just faking it the whole time.
Like I said, he's
was
either the
faking
best
it
liar
this
ever,
whole
or
time.
I thought you said spanking
It's
it.
my brothel now.
It's my brothel now. I'm not really stupid. I gave him that powder and told him to snort it on my bar.
And tell me to fuck off.
first hits free.
I told myself to shut the fuck up. I know exactly what it means.
That's how deep my story goes. My deception.
I found the powder at the bottom of my hamper.
You make a character cute, nobody insights him. Nobody insight checks the cute guy.
I just buy him drinks.
And of course,
Exactly.
I question if he's faking it.
And then you're just like, nah,
Nah.
why wouldn't he be? But anyways, thank you all so much. We really appreciate you guys being here. And there's 20 sides to every story. Come and be a part of ours. Thank you. Good night. We love you. Stay safe. And until next time on the seas.